7 Pacific on USA Network.
This is OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog on TSN 1050.
All right, here we go. OverDrive off and running. TSN 1050 on the TSN app, your home smart speaker, and up on TSN 2. Brian Hayes, Dave Feschuk, and there's Jason Strudwick. What's happening, boys? How are we doing this afternoon?
You got Oasis fever in Toronto, Struddy. Do people in Edmonton care that Oasis is avoiding Edmonton and sticking to Toronto, which is a sure sign that McDavid's coming next?
What are the Gallagher brothers, or what's their name?
Yeah, the Gallagher brothers. And what we're witnessing, because last night, they're here tonight, they were here last night out at Rogers Stadium, which has the worst reputation of any infrastructure in the history of mankind.
Yes.
In terms of a first impression. Like, no one likes this place. The acts don't like it. Chris Martin and Coldplay didn't like it. But it was raining last night, and I'm noticing that some people online are complaining that the crowds weren't crazy enough. You know, I was reading about that this afternoon compared to some of the UK crowds. And what I'm curious about, you guys can speak to it because we're all kind of in the same range. Oasis, like the band members are like 60.
Yeah.
Right? It's not 1996 anymore, right? Like we're not at some festival in the UK in the mid-90s. Everyone's in their 40s and 50s and 60s. It's raining and they got to go to work tomorrow. What do you expect? We're trying to have a good time, right? Like people are having a good time. But we're really going to start freaking out as a city that maybe the crowd wasn't as good as it was in Cardiff, a month and a half ago. And tonight's crowd better be much better. I'm noticing that that's trending online, which to me, again, seems a little bit ridiculous considering how old the band is, let alone the average fan that would be in attendance.
Well, Struddy, if I'm explaining this to anybody, I blame soccer culture, right, or footy culture in UK because, like, you watch that footage from their UK stops in whether it was Wembley or Manchester or Cardiff, as you point out, Hayes. Like it's like a bunch of soccer hooligans who've kind of rediscovered their youth, even though they are all 50 and 60, maybe even 70, some of them. But they do all these chants and they put their arms around each other and they turn their back to the stage and they jump up and down in unison and we just don't do that, anywhere in our culture here in Canada, let alone an Oasis concert. We don't do it at hockey games. We don't do it at football games. So they do it at soccer games. And that's what we're seeing when we see Oasis crowds acting like animals when they got to go to work the next day.
Yeah, so I never liked that song, Champagne Supernova. I never liked it. I found it to be whiny. So I never kind of got into that band. But correct me if I'm wrong, do they have a lot of bangers? Like, do they have any songs that really get you going?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Live Forever is a great song. Wonderwall's a classic.
Wonderwall.
This is how, again, I think I like Oasis a lot. I'm a fan, and it was kind of my wheelhouse. When they came out in the mid-'90s, I was really getting into music. Wonderwall, they are so old that Wonderwall has now become a TikTok sensation for like teenagers, right?
Yeah.
Like they are the equivalent of when I was a kid what the Beatles represented. Like that's how they were popular 30 years ago. It's one of those things like, yeah, I see the crowds and that's amazing and good for you over in Manchester. Go for it. That's their hometown. I don't know. Seemed like people had a good time last night.
Hey,
why are we breaking down what they were supposed to do as opposed to just saluting the fact that, to my knowledge, no one got caught having an affair last night?
Well, there you go.
Right, so that's a good start.
Yeah,
and you take it from there.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing you could respect about Oasis. They made hay off the Coldplay thing, and they said, hey, we're not out here trying to catch anybody. We're not doing kiss cams. Like you're fine. Do whatever you want at our shows. You can bring whoever you want. We're not putting you on the spot with stupid camera gigs, but I saw, to the Wonderwall point, Hayes, I saw the Maple Leaf social media folks were making some hay with Joseph Wall, my Wonderwall, WOLL, when they were playing that last night. So, there's at least a little bit of enthusiasm for the show.
Sure.
Listen,
I know a lot of people there. My neighbor's going, he's jacked, and I had my cousin was there last night. I was talking to him. Like, they had a party bus going. Like,
Wow.
it's going to be a great show. It'll be a great show tonight. I'm sure it was a great show last night. And there's a lot going on up here, man. I was out at the Women's Open on Saturday, which was electric, and made a very amateur move that actually worked out in my favor in the end. I had the opportunity to go either Saturday or Sunday, and I chose Saturday, thinking, not knowing that Brooke Henderson was going to win the tournament. You know, like when I made the choice, it was like a week before. I said, let's do Saturday, a little bit easier to figure out. Probably won't be as crazy in terms of the crowds. I brought my oldest with me. First time she had been out to the tournament. Tournament was spectacular. Mississauga's a great course. I had not been there. Like, beautiful, beautiful place. And the LPGA puts on a great show. Golf Canada. A lot of the people working there and the volunteers are the volunteers for the RBC Canadian Open.
Yeah.
So a lot of people I had seen over the years when we've been at the RBC Canadian Open, or at the Women's Open, and yet then Brooke Henderson ends up winning it. My daughter's like, well, why didn't we go Sunday? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't know she was going to win. Like, so here I am thinking, Dad of the Year, let's go out Saturday, like, see all the people, walk around, Brooks Brigade, all that kind of stuff. And then it turns out I made the wrong call. And I was supposed to be there. I should have been there on Sunday. But
I
what
was
an
there.
incredible story.
I was there, Hayes. I was there on Sunday when she won it, and it was a great day. And you've robbed your daughters of a very special memory. But
I did.
But nice work.
But here's the benefit quickly. Let me finish. Because I brought it on Saturday, they wanted to go golfing yesterday.
There you go.
So I pulled the old let's go golfing, and then we'll go into the clubhouse, grab a bite, and watch Brooke come home down the stretch, which actually worked out brilliantly for me. So I got to actually play a little bit yesterday and watch Brooke Henderson and Tommy Fleetwood. No more top 10 Tommy. R.I.P. One of my favorite names, top 10 Tommy Fleetwood. It's gone. You can't call him that anymore.
Fairway Jesus has risen.
That's
How about
right.
that?
He's
alive. That was something, man.
Yeah, it really was.
That was something. But no, genius move by you. Strutty, don't you love that move by Hayes? He's not to say that I told you to do it, but like I've always instructed, my younger friends with young kids, that if you have any interest in ever golfing again, and you don't want your wife to be resenting your golf, you must get your daughter into golf to the point where it becomes, hey, honey, she wants to go.
Exactly.
And I think you're there. You're getting there, Hayes.
I pulled it off yesterday. I'm very proud of myself.
That's the ultimate move. I have 3 kids, and they're all into golfing now. And so we all go, and my wife is not the best. She's the worst of the 5 of us. And the kids will be like, is Mom coming? I'm like, yeah. Like, oh, they just lose it, right? And I'm like, hey, that's still my wife. Like, take it easy. But, I mean, as far as going on Saturday, I get it. Sometimes it's easier with kids to not try to battle it out. But that was fun. I tell you, she was building momentum all tournament. And you just felt like I went to bed Saturday night. I'm like, she's going to win this thing Sunday. Like, she's just coming. And what a way to close it out. Some of the shots she made. And man, I was happy for her and Tommy, but really happy for Brooke.
Really happy for Brooke Henderson. And what it is doing here is there's this continuation of these incredible Canadian sports stories. Now, it's a struggle. It's too bad. Vicky Mboko's already lost. She's already out of the U.S. Open. Her first match, she's out, straight sets. So that story comes to a halt for a bit. Doesn't mean it won't resume in the future. I'm sure it will. She's very young. But Brooke Henderson wins, on Canadian soil. Obviously, Vicky Mboko, she wins on Canadian soil. We've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander he's not the face of the NBA, but had the best season of anybody in the NBA last year. Wins the MVP, Finals MVP. Oklahoma City, they obviously win the championship. You've got Summer McIntosh doing what she's doing in terms of amateur sports. She's probably the queen of that right now. Probably the most prominent, non-professional athlete going right now. And what I found interesting is we've got a dynasty that's somewhat developing in the NHL. And I would argue the faces of that are an American in Matthew Tkachuk, a Finn in Sasha Barkov, and a Russian in Sergei Bobrovsky. And maybe I'm the only one that finds that interesting. No. But all these great Canadian sports stories, the Blue Jays, who are filled, not of Canadians, although Vladdy's Canadian. He's back in the lineup tonight. We'll get to that. Jays are a huge story, clearly, in 2025, and they're still writing that story. Yet, hockey has been a sport that we've kind of owned forever, and I think we will continue to own. And I know the Four Nations took place in 25, and that was a very prominent story. Yet, it's really been a non-hockey sports year, for the most part. Now, it would have been different, no offense, Strut, if the Oilers won. That would have been massive and would be a completely different story today. but they didn't. And if the Panthers keep kind of running the show in the NHL, yes, Reinhardt's Canadian and Bennett and Ekblad and Paul Maurice, but I would say their three quote-unquote marquee guys are non-Canadians. And it's kind of interesting how this has developed.
Well, in Sam Bennett's defense, he's got the Conn Smythe.
He does.
He's a good Canadian boy, and he brought it back home. Brought the cup home. Yeah, there's a lot of good Canadian guys on the team. But you're right, Hayes. Like, we saw another year where we, circa 1993, there hasn't been a Canadian team to win the cup, and who knows when that, terrible, shameful, embarrassing national tragedy of a drought is going to end. But you hope it's going to be sooner rather than later. But you can't be sure of it. Can't be sure of it. And but you're right. Like, we have no shortage of incredible stories around this sports world, and it is kind of interesting that we can't really call ourselves the masters of the hockey domain right now because, look, we got to win the Olympic gold medal.
That's going to be significant,
which
clearly.
is very probable. But even if you win the Olympic gold, the idea that you haven't won a cup is a tough one to swallow for everybody.
Yeah, but I think, guys, we got to get a perspective. There are Canadians on all the teams that have won this thing.
Of course.
It's not all the players from Florida are playing on Florida or whatever. So it's a little bit different. I think you can only grade, well, not only, but one of the ways you can grade is how you do in the international tournaments. Right, so I think the Olympics does matter. I think that the Four Nations Cup does matter if you're going by countries because, Sidney Crosby, think of the captains of teams that have been winning in the last 15, 20 years. So many are Canadian, but they just don't happen to play in Canada. Now, for sure, it's been a long time since the Canadian teams won. But, Austin Matthews is the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. So,
well, that's
he
an
purposely trying to lose because he's not from Canada? You know what I mean? Like, I think you lose a little bit of the momentum here when you look at it that way. I think it's international tournaments. That's where it's best on best, and we find out which country is the top.
Yes, and I would agree with that. And I guess, I'm not trying to slag, Canadian hockey. I guess what I'm trying to do is prop up all these other incredible stories.
Yeah, fair point.
Historically, our country, you could always rely on, well, we don't have this, we don't have that. There's no one in tennis. There's no one in golf. You got a hockey team, though, or a hockey guy, or a hockey champion, or a hockey Hart winner, or whatever it is. And it's just kind of interesting what is happening in the NHL with Canadian players in particular, although there's a ton of them on that Panthers team, clearly. And that actually is interesting about the Leafs. If you could ever allow yourself to imagine them winning, it's Matthews, probably Willie now that Marner's gone, and maybe whoever the starting goalie would be, which would be an American.
Yeah.
Like, there won't be a prominent Canadian there. Like, Riley, you presume, would be on it, and Tavares would factor in, and there'd be other Canadians, clearly. And that's just, the nature of the sport. And I want to touch on Matthews and some of the slander that I've noticed that some people are directing in his direction or sending in his direction about where he might rank among centers in the league. And we'll get to that a little bit later this afternoon. But Vladdy's back in the lineup tonight, and the Jays are back home. They took 2 of 3 over the weekend. Scherzer on the mound tonight. Shane Bieber on Friday night. Like, there's another moment over the course of the season that has been a great season, a thoroughly entertaining one, and one with very, very memorable moments. Where's that rank for you? Like, that's pretty high on my list. Like, that's about as cool as it can get because he pitched so well. Like, he looked incredible on Friday night.
I think the only thing you can really say about that performance that's not particularly complimentary is it was against the Marlins. Which is, you were pitching in AAA, and now, okay, you've played in quadruple A now against the Marlins. Let's see how you do in your first major league start, right? But the Marlins, to be fair, they're probably middle of the road, right? Maybe
they're
a little below middle of the road, but he was electric. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better start to begin this incredible, 507-day journey from Tommy John to back to the major leagues, and Hayes, we were saying when you were gone last week that, it says a lot about the Blue Jays that they're counting on this. They want this. They need this if they're going to kind of fulfill the potential of this season. They need Bieber to be a potential, if not a lock number one. And he's on track right now to be that.
Yeah, he's 1 for 1. I mean, you got to give him his next start, which is likely against Milwaukee. So that is no longer a, quad A ball team you're going to be playing on the weekend. But, yeah, that seemed to have been the plan. The way Schneider reacted afterwards would suggest that that's precisely what they're thinking, is this is going to be our guy. Barrios is going in the wrong direction, right? Lauer, to no fault of his own, even though now they're into a six-man rotation, he's going to pitch this week or start this week, is clearly the odd man out, based on tenure, based on contractual obligations. That's what makes it complicated for Barrios, is they're all in on Barrios.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they still have a huge commitment to him, and he's pitched relatively well throughout his tenure here. And he never misses a start. Literally never misses a start. All he does is show up every fifth day and pitch. So there's value in that. But I do believe when they made that deal, Dave, you and I were on when they acquired him, almost live, and I think we both had the same response. I thought it was a great decision to go for the high-end upside that Bieber can bring. Now, one start does not guarantee it will still be there in a month, right? He's running on adrenaline. He looks great. By all accounts, his arm, again, is fine. It's recovered fine. He's going to go back out there and pitch when he's prepared to pitch, and now he's in the rotation. But I do think you got to give him 3, 4, 5 starts before you really know where his stuff is at, where his stamina is at. That's just being fair to the player. Like, Stride, you can speak to it. Coming back from a long layoff, you're running on crazy adrenaline. I'm sure getting back out there. And at some point, a week or two later, it settles in where you're like, oh, I'm back in the big leagues, and I got to continue to perform here. And there's going to be some days where that adrenaline isn't available to you, and that's when you really got to prove who you are.
No, for sure. And I think, also you factor in that it's a new team. So he's testing out his new arm. He's got a new team, all that excitement. And he wants to do well for the new team. He wants to show the guys that he's a guy that can be counted on and trusted on. But I think maybe and I know Steve, I think it was Steve Phelps last week that spoke a bit about that. I think that what maybe makes this different is the time of the year. He doesn't have that many more starts before the playoffs are there. And he wants to make sure he has his stuff going. So, I don't know that there'll be a huge letdown or a potential of a really big letdown, because you only know he has, what's the most number of starts he can have between now and the end? Like 4 starts,
like
5
31
starts?
games.
Maybe?
Yeah. Like 6
Maybe.
starts,
Yeah.
5 or 6 more starts.
You can't just throw one of those away, because you're hoping that, let's say 6 starts, your 7th one is game 1 of the playoffs. So I think that, I don't know if he'll have that same letdown, because this isn't like, April 20th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the intensity is not going to drop around the team, right? Like, again, when the Brewers roll in town on the weekend, that is a massive series. And they're in New York in 10 days. They got the Red Sox still to play. Like, it's crunch time now. It's almost September. Like, we're into September in less than a week. So he's aware of that. What I find, somewhat consistent in terms of these conversations where you roll it over, is the next guy that we're going to continue to chat about is who's on the mound tonight. And it's Scherzer, who's been great. And I'd love to get a candid answer from Atkins or Shapiro or Schneider or Walker, whomever's, got the gavel in terms of making the decision on who's going to get the ball in the playoffs. Has he pitched well enough, because he's been really good recently, to simply just stay healthy the rest of the way and he's pitching, or does he have to continue to perform? Because those can be mutually exclusive. Like, it's not the same connection. Like Gausman, Bassett, Barrios, for sure. Barrios is not pitching in the play, or not starting in the playoffs, unless he pitches phenomenally well the rest of the way. Like, if he's pitching the way he has been the last month and a half, there's no way he's getting a start for this team. What if Scherzer hits a bump on the road? What if over his final 5 starts he's got a 4.50 ERA and is okay, but not great, but healthy? Is he still pitching game 2, or does he have to perform? I don't have an answer for that, and I'm not sure they have an answer when it comes to a guy like that, because it's more aura driven and historically data driven of who he is and what he represents, and he's a bulldog, and that's why we paid him $15 million, was for October, not for April.
Right.
Okay. Well, let's see what he's got the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, obviously, if he falls off a cliff performance-wise, that would be a problem. But nobody sees that coming. Like, I was just looking at it. He's 3-1 with a 1.8 ERA in the month of August.
Unreal.
I mean, the guy's just
unreal.
on
It's
fire.
a throwback.
Yeah, he's on fire. So, but to me, even if he had a couple of hiccup performances where he gave up a couple of home runs and he wasn't quite himself down the stretch, they're going to defer to the aura you talk about, Hayes. Yeah. Like, the aura will win the tie. And I do think this is a pennant race down the stretch here with 31 games to go, and they got to keep they got to beat back the Red Sox and Yankees. They got to make sure they don't slip because you want to win the East, and that's very important. But as much as it's a pennant race, it's also a tryout for a lot of these guys. Like, it's a tryout to see who's going to be the top 3 pitchers in the rotation, and it's a tryout for who they can trust in the bullpen. And guess what? There's a lot of guys right now who they probably can't trust in the bullpen.
Well,
and
that game Saturday night, the game Saturday is a perfect encapsulation of when it's going your way, it's really going your way. And when it's going against you, it's really going against you. Because last year, they were on the opposite side of we've never seen anything like this before losses, right? Now it seems they've had multiple we haven't seen this in modern baseball wins over the last month. Like the one in L.A. where Fluharty came in and struck out Ohtani and then got out bats. Never seen that before. No. The guy comes in and gets out 2, former MVPs. And then on Saturday – I saw the tweet, and I was posting about it because I'm like, this is so typically 2025 Blue Jays that the Jays are the only MLB team in modern era to blow a lead in the 9th, 10th, and 11th innings but still win the game.
Amazing.
It's never happened before. And they would have done that the opposite way last year. They would have been the first team ever to, blow leads in the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and lose or whatever. And now it's breaking their way. And it can be the thinnest margin, but when you have things going your way and you feel good and you've got talent and you've got winning pedigree and you got a clubhouse that's kind of pulling on the chain together, then this is what you get, Strud. You get a lot of wins.
You do, and I mean, I know luck is a big thing in sports. People talk about, but I think what happens if you keep doing the right thing over and over again, the luck goes your way because you've been repeatedly doing the right thing. So that's not just on the field. That's the way you start your day, the way the Schneiders kind of get the group playing, batting practice, all that kind of stuff, knowing different situations, what you're going to do. And then eventually you keep doing it. I believe you get luck to bend in your direction. So, when I see these guys play, it feels like they're, they have the right approach. They're going out there trying to do the right thing at every area of bat, when they get on base, all that stuff. And you're gonna get those breaks. I don't believe it's just random. It's not just a coin toss. It depends on which team is doing those little things, and people call it the details, but they do really matter.
Yeah, you talk about luck. Actually, it's funny. You look at Brooke Henderson. She was a perfect example of that on Sunday, where she played really well and she clutched up that putt on 17. To put the birdie in on top of Minjee Lee after Minjee Lee makes a really beautiful birdie to pull even, and Brooke maintains the 1-stroke lead heading on 18. That's a career-defining, one of the clutchest putts you can make. A 15-footer. It was the furthest thing from a gimme, and she nailed it. But you think about that round. She hit 3 trees on 3 separate holes, and she parred all those holes. Like the one on 12, like that thing was. I was standing there. She hit that thing so far right, and it somehow hits a tree and comes back into the first cut of rough where she's got a clear shot and she makes a par. It could have been absolute disaster. That could have been a tournament right there because Minjee Lee is world number 4. She is absolutely, the type of person you do not want to give an opening like that. But you know what? To your point, Struddy, she did all the right things. Like it wasn't like she lucked into it, but she needed some luck to win it.
Yep. Yeah. And over the course of 4 rounds, right? And over the course of 162 games or whatever, it's going to equal out in some ways with other players. But to both of your points, who can take advantage of that? Who can take advantage of maybe getting the break or earning the break? And that's what Brooke Henderson did, multiple times. Sure, she got a break, but then the next one she could have hit a poor shot. She didn't. She recalibrated and said, I believe in myself and I'm going to get this done. So just an incredible scene out of Mississauga yesterday. We'll get into that a little bit later this hour. Tommy Fleetwood winning the Tour Championship, which is a great, great story. Jay's back in action tonight. We got the U.S. Open cooking down in New York. A really weird scene last night that we'll touch on. Daniil Medvedev and the whole camera gate and what was going on there at center court. So more on that a little bit later this afternoon. And I'm hoping that Austin Matthews is listening to the outside noise. I'll tell you why I'm hoping that he's doing that. We'll get into that a little bit later this hour, too. Struddy's in here. Dave Feschuk. I'm Brian Hayes. Overdrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 2.
Now, back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
Overdrive continues, powered by FanDuel, bringing you everything from the opening line to the final score. Some news down at the Dome. The Jays in action tonight that Anthony Santander is in Toronto, and he's progressed to hitting off high-velocity pitching machines. So that's kind of an interesting development. End of August, and Santander is maybe getting to a point where he can return, possibly. I mean, I would think he's still weeks away from maybe being activated or at least, having a rehab stint. But even those are coming to an end soon, right? Like, how long can you really get down to the minors and play now that we're in the end of August?
If he's healthy, I mean, how long would he really need? Give him a week down in Buffalo and get him back up here. And obviously, you felt you needed the bat in the offseason. Not much has changed. I mean, you could really use the bat if he's healthy and ready to roll. There's no reason you wouldn't want him around. Yeah,
at least an option off the bat, switch hitting power bat that maybe. What'll be interesting is to see how Vladdy recovers here. It does seem like this injury was very minor. He missed a short period of time. He's back DHing tonight. He's been running the bases. But, the acquisition of Ty France, which felt kind of like a throw-in with the Varland deal, he's playing. He's played pretty well. And if Vladdy's not going to be able to play first base, France is going to likely play depending on, who's pitching for the opposition. But it does, possibly open the door for a lot of options here if Santander can't play. So we'll get into that and more with Steve Phillips in just over half an hour. Mercifully, the NFL preseason, that's enough. Moving on. It's over. But now, we're real close to go time, man. We're 10 days away from opening night. It's going to be amazing in Philly next Thursday. But this Shedeur Sanders story, something's going to break here now, right? We've hit the fork in the road. Are you going to make the team or not? And I know Stefanski and the Browns are we're cool with having 4 quarterbacks. No one's keeping 4 quarterbacks. No chance. Flacco's going to start. Dylan Gabriel, I don't know what he's going to be in the future. I don't know if he's got a shot at playing at all in the NFL. But by all accounts, based on what I've seen, based on what I've read out of Cleveland, he had a better camp than Sanders. And now the conspiracy theories are out there that they're trying to sabotage Shedeur and all that, even though they're the only team that drafted him in the 5th round. What about the other 31 teams who are like, no, thank you? And this is probably exactly why, because of this gong show, that he's a 5th-round pick, and people are, suggesting that the offensive lines are throwing coverage away so that he will look poor. Kevin Stefanski, their head coach, who has won multiple Coach of the Year awards in Cleveland. All right, you would think this guy would have a pretty significant reputation throughout football and a pretty elevated respect level. Again, taking some daggers. He was asked about the idea that the Browns are somehow trying to sabotage Shedeur, and here's what he had to say about that.
Obviously, I don't concern myself with outside type of things, but I'm committed to his development, just like all of our rookies. So we'll continue to focus on getting our guys better, and that's what we'll stay committed to, and that's what's important to me.
That's a pretty good answer, I think, right? I think it's important to emphasize he's a rookie. He's never played a regular season game in the NFL. Yeah. And they look at him that way.
And look, judging from the preseason stuff we've seen, I mean, this guy took 5 sacks. He held onto the ball way too long, again and again and again. And that's not uncommon for guys that come out of college, right? It takes time to understand that the NFL is not college football, and that if you had time in college, you do not have time in the NFL. And you cannot be fooling around in the pocket or out of the pocket, holding onto the ball like Shedeur Sanders was the other night. And there's a reason why he looked as bad as he did. He couldn't make anything happen. He couldn't make the decisions quickly enough. That's not the Cleveland Browns sabotaging him. That's him looking like a 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
Just any old 5th-round pick.
With a famous name from a famous family. And that's what makes it such a compelling story, which I understand. But, any other quarterback that goes in the 5th round that plays like that, it's expected.
Yeah.
And it's probably expected that he's going to be on the practice squad, and not make the team.
Yeah, so, this is always the risk of taking a high-profile name or person that maybe doesn't have the same skill set as what that fanfare is all about. And you have to answer a lot of questions as a coach about someone who, isn't really should be taking up a lot of your airspace here for the interviews of players. And so I think the challenge and I'll give Cleveland credit, they're going to try to develop him or spend time like they just talked about, or Stefanski just talked about it, but he is at that level. That is where he is. He's not the immediate coach's, I got to think about this guy every day. You want him to improve and kind of just go and do his thing, and you hope that he pushes into whatever third, fourth, first or second spot here at some point. But that's why I think a lot of teams avoided it. It's just, unless you're super elite with a name like that, it's a lot of work with a risk of any kind of return at all, boys.
Well, the next one will be Arch Manning, right? The most famous name you can have as a quarterback outside of the name Brady. But when he gets here, but he's likely going to go in the top 5. But if he drops like this, it'll be a circus again. It'll be the same kind of story if he proves that he's not capable of doing it. But Stefanski, he used the line that everyone uses. Generally, it's not accurate. I don't listen to the outside noise. They're aware of the outside noise. They might not be seeking the outside noise. They know the outside noise, right? And teams in the modern era, based on my experience, they have people working for them that are tracking the outside noise, that know exactly what's being said, exactly what's being contemplated or reported, and they're all aware of it. It doesn't mean they're overly consumed by it, but they're aware of it. But it's a cliche that he used. Don't listen to the outside noise. I got it. I would like to see Austin Matthews do the complete opposite this year. I don't know if you guys have been seeing it. The NHL Network, using them as an example, other lists are out there, but the network, they come out with their top 10, top 20 centers, top 20 wingers, top 20 defensemen. And there have been a couple lists from guys who've been on the show a lot, guys that we like, guys that are NHLers, respected players, respected analysts, that have him, further down the list than he's ever been in his career. Again, not way down the list, not 15th or 17th, but Mike Rupp said, quote, he would take a healthy Jack Hughes over Austin Matthews. And he had Hughes ahead of him. I believe he had Point ahead of him. They all have Barkov ahead of him. Brian Boyle, who was his teammate his rookie year when he was acquired here in Toronto, he had him 6th, I believe, on the list. I think Matthews was 7th on Rupp's list. And that's as low as he's ever been. And I'd like to see, I'm not going to hold my breath based on what he's shown through 9 years in terms of his disposition, in terms of his approach. I've never really seen him angry, ever. But I'd love for him to show up with a chip on his shoulder and say, all right, you guys think like last year that was me, or you think because Mitch is in Vegas I can't pull my weight anymore, I can't be the best goal scorer in the league or a dominant center. Okay, watch it. Because I would like to believe this is very inspiring for him. It's pretty clear there's a community in the NHL. Maybe it's a majority of the NHL looking at him saying, what do you got, man? Not expecting him to fall off a cliff. Still expecting him to be a great player. But it was, like a couple years ago, it was McDavid was clear-cut number 1, and it was like he was probably number 2 when he scored 69. If it wasn't him, it was McKinnon and Draisaitl. Those were the 4. Those were the guys. Now Barkov's ahead of him. Again, Eichel on the list of many people, and Eichel's a great player. And Eichel's a winner. Eichel has the ring, which I understand. Point is a winner, and he's won multiple times. But I hope he comes in. I'd love to see it. Almost day one. I've been listening. I've seen everybody's list. I'm listening to the outside noise, and I'm going to show you exactly what I'm made of this year. I think it's a huge opportunity for him to do that.
It's massive, Hayes. You're right. You have to hope that he hears it. Sometimes he gives you the impression that he's above it all.
Yeah.
That he doesn't listen to it. He's not concerned with it. He's going to do his thing. And, well, if his thing is, another 33-goal season, if his thing is scoring 4 goals in his most recent 18 playoff games, guess what? That's the reason why his thing is being ranked 7th behind those guys. Because all those guys ranked ahead of him on that list, Hayes, McKinnon, Barkov, Crosby, Eichel, depending on which list you're looking at, those guys have been ranked ahead of him in some of these preseason lists. They've all won cups. And then the other two, McDavid and Draisaitl, they haven't won the cup, but nobody doubts that they've been clutch playoff performers, right? They've got it. They're historically clutch in terms of producing in the playoffs. And Matthews is not that guy. So why would he be grouped among those guys when the most fresh thing in everybody's mind is the fact that his team, the team he captains, did not show up to win Game 3, which they had a stranglehold on against Florida. Didn't show up for Game 5, didn't show up for Game 7, and let a great opportunity to beat a team that won the Stanley Cup get off the hook. So it's to me, it makes sense why he's ranked like that, but I'm with you, Hayes. It would be great to see him take it personally, to use Michael Jordan's old phrase, but he's never really taken anything personally as far as I can tell.
So where would you have him ranked, Hayes? Who would you have him? Like, can we agree it's McKinnon, Barkov, Crosby, Draisaitl, and McDavid? Are those five?
Sid, to me, though, you got to consider where Sid is in his career. Like, for me, like, I know Sid, I'm his biggest booster, one of them. I love Sid. I've said I think he's had a greater career than McDavid. If you want to get into that conversation, you got one big game tonight. I'm taking Sid over anyone else in the last 20 years. I'm not. That includes McDavid, McKinnon, Draisaitl. I don't care who. But he's 38 years old now. He's on an awful team that hasn't played meaningful hockey in 2 years. So, I think Sid gets the bump because that's a respect play. Like, he's still great. He's still putting up big numbers. He was really good in the Four Nations. But clearly, McDavid, Draisaitl, McKinnon are 1, 2, 3. Like, for me, clearly. I think Barkov deserves to be ahead of him now. I think you have to, based on the way, he's played in the playoffs. Although, I will say this, that team, the last couple of years, what have we always said about why they win? Their depth. Not Barkov dragging them there. He hasn't dragged them, right? He hasn't won a Conn Smythe. He's been very good. He's a very, very good player. But I look at Barkov, Eichel in a similar vein. I just look at what Matthews is capable of doing, and I understand he didn't do it last year, and I understand he's never really done it in the playoffs, and he's got to own that rep. But, like, when he's on his game, I'd have him fourth. I'd have him behind McDavid, McKinnon, Draisaitl. And when he's really on his game, which, again, you could say this about everyone, he might be able to fight for that second spot or third spot. Like, he's not touching McDavid, but this guy scored 69 2 years ago. Like, he was unbelievable that year. And defensively, he's as good, if not better, than all the guys ahead of him. Like, he's a phenomenal defensive centerman.
You say that, Hayes, and I agree with you, on a lot of nights, except that, as we were talking about it when you were gone last week, he's never taken over a big game. Or maybe he's taken over the occasional big game for a stretch. But if you're that good a two-way player, I think there's an expectation that occasionally you were just going to say, no, it's not happening tonight, fellas. This is my game. My team's winning. I'm going to dominate every shift. I'm on the ice, both sides of the puck, and there's nothing you can do about it. And we just haven't seen that from him.
I can't argue against that, Dave.
And I think that's the point.
Can't.
And that's the point that needs to be made to him. And Brendan Shanahan apparently couldn't make it to him.
Yep.
Sheldon Keefe couldn't make it to him. Craig Berube, who knows if he's tried yet, but better start trying soon because the clock ain't going to tick forever for Berube. And I think that's the frustrating thing. Like, you don't doubt that all those guys ranked ahead of him. Like, you don't doubt that McKinnon. Like, McKinnon can do that.
Dogs. They're
killers.
McKinnon's
a dog. Obviously
McDavid, Draisaitl's as clutch as it gets.
And Crosby at his best has been the most dogged grinder.
No question.
For a skilled player. Matthews needs to prove he can get into that class, I think.
Yep.
To really cement himself in the same company as those guys.
All right, we'll continue this into the next hour, Strut. I feel like you're lurking in the weeds there, and you got some more that maybe you can throw in here. You can list it if you want. We can get a little Strutty list going too.
Sure. Strut muffins.
Yeah, we get the muffins cooking or baking. Steve Phillips coming up. Lawrence Applebaum, our friend from Golf Canada, who was on the scene yesterday in Mississauga, get his take on what that means for Canadian golf, what we saw at a Brook yesterday. Brad Faxon coming up. Now we roll over to the Ryder Cup. What's going to happen here? Keegan Bradley, is he going to play? Is he going to be a captain? What's he going to do? More on that still to come later this afternoon, and the Jays back in action tonight. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 2.
the biggest stage in all of tennis.
Imagine how surreal this feels.
Is this real life?
You gotta love this.
From kickoff to the Super Bowl,
Touchdown!
The NFL lives on TSN and CTV. A new NFL season kicks off September 4th on TSN and CTV.
Now, back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
All right, Steve Phillips coming up. Jay's in action tonight. Vladdy back in the lineup with DH tonight. Max Scherzer on the mound for the Jays. Milwaukee in town later in the week. That's going to be a big, big series. 31 games to go. 5 games up on Boston, 5.5 up on the Yankees. You still have series against New York, against Boston coming up. So we'll get to that more with Steve in about 20 minutes. Brad Faxon coming up on Tommy Fleetwood, my boy, who I played with at the Pro-Am a couple of years ago. It's just a matter of time, right? It's the Pro-Am touch. The Pro-Am
Hayes effect. The Hayes effect.
The Hayes effect, right? I push people in the right direction. Very inspiring guy.
Nick Taylor's also on your list?
Nick Taylor, absolutely on my list, as he should be. And another guy who's out there that could be able to claim the same bump, because he's out there every single year with me and with these professional players, would be the CEO of Golf Canada. Here's Lawrence Applebaum. Do you take claim for Tommy Fleetwood's win yesterday or what, Lawrence?
Well, on the PGA Tour, they do call it the hazy bump. They just sort of there's a draft choice by the pros, and they're like, guys, just let me play with Brian this year because this might be my chance.
Yeah, it's at least I like to believe that. I'm sure nobody else on earth would possibly believe that. But
well,
you know
that Dave knows that a good caddy can be worth about a half a stroke on a round, and a good pro-am partner can probably be worth about an eighth of a stroke during that weekend. So,
That's right. That's right. I'll take credit for very, very small portions, but it does count for something. What a week, man. What an incredible week. What was the energy like out at Mississauga yesterday?
Well, it was one of those special days. We've had a great summer all around in golf in general. People have just sort of played their minds out. And to finish, the end of August with a perfect day, Bluebird Day in Mississauga, and to have Brooke in the final group and basically play match play with Minjee Lee, who will likely be number one in the world over the next week, probably the way the rankings go. And Brooke sort of went head to head. It was electric on site. We had a full house and coming right down to the 18th, and you guys get to see a lot of the greatest athletes perform and see what they do. But I would have to say that Brooke has got to be in that upper echelon of people that when championships are on the line, when pressure is on the line, and she does have the support, but also sometimes the weight of Canada on her shoulders. And for her to pull it off in that fashion, it was sublime. It was really something special to see.
Well, Lawrence, I saw you there, your green side, as she, makes that incredible lag putt on 18 to give herself the tap in to win it. When you're the CEO of Golf Canada and you know there's going to be a big celebration, you want to get in there and congratulate her. How do you sort of position yourself in the hug line there? What's your strategy?
I've been told I'm 271 in the hug line, so I sort of find my spot. Well, we're very lucky that golf is supported by so many people in this country. They play it, they watch it, they support the game, but corporately and sponsor-wise, we have two of the greatest title sponsors in the game. On the women's side, we have CPKC, the railway that stretches from Canada through U.S. and into Mexico. And on the men's side, we obviously have RBC, who sponsors both, not only the men, but they also are a big part of our women's game. And so we really try and take care of our partners and be with them. Brooke is also an ambassador of the railway, so she wears that CPKC badge of honor on her sleeve. And so I get to spend a little bit of time with the CEO, Keith Creel, and his family and his leaders. And then I also, over the years, I've gotten to know the Hendersons pretty well, and they probably were there 40 strong, including her dad Dave, who's the coach, and her sister is the caddy. And so to watch them and to realize that, time flies, but it was 2.5 years since Brooke was in the winner's circle. And you could see her voice cracked a little bit when Bob Weeks was interviewing her at the end. And it was a long 2 years, and she took a lot of pressure on her shoulders to get her game in shape, and it was all clicking. I mean, Brian saw it also, you too, Dave, firsthand. She didn't miss a shot over the weekend, and it was really impressive to see. And so to celebrate, I don't know if there's that many Canadian athletes who are so beloved and encouraged and supported as Brooke. So seeing her win and seeing everyone celebrate it at Mississauga was something special.
What I was really impressed by this weekend, and my kids and I were watching, was just how steady with her mental game she looks. Even when things are going well or not, she just rolled in the same way, putt after putt.
So the level of, like, we talk about sort of physical gifts and talent, and Brooke's always been able to hit it for a small frame and to hit it a ton. She averaged 280 yards driving distance over the 4 days, so it's pretty amazing. But I believe, and a lot of people would say, that her probably greatest talent and gift is the mental game strategy, and she's able to narrow in and focus, and she's able to stay calm when she's hitting a greenside bunker and then holding out for eagle. She's able to, the highs stay medium and the lows stay medium. And the greatest news about it, because I can't go the whole show without saying it, is that she's headed your way, Jason. She's headed to Royal Mayfair, to Edmonton, 2026. Do we have to see Jason Strudwick in a Pro-Am, Brian?
Yes.
Is that what we need to see?
100%. The whole Struddy crew's got to be out there.
I'm already training for it. Lawrence, I'm ready. I've been practicing really hard, and I'm being serious. I don't want to embarrass myself. If you need me, I'll be there.
Listen, if you can sell about 12,000 tickets, Struddy, you are in the Pro-Am.
No one more popular in Edmonton than Struddy. No one.
Facebook Marketplace, Struddy Facebook Marketplace.
That's right. He'll look it up.
Right.
He'll sell them individually. He'll show up at the West Edmonton Mall and hand them out.
That's right.
Personally, if he has to.
I will tell you that we felt a great love in Mississauga, but we had a crew out from Tourism Edmonton. We had a crew out from Royal Mayfair. And, we were in Calgary last year at Earl Grey, and we headed back to Edmonton. I can already feel that next year, 2026, will continue this energy we had in 2025. And so we can't wait to get to Edmonton. We can't wait to see the animal in its natural habitat. Mm-hmm. And so we're really looking forward to that. But it has been a superb CPKC Women's Open. And obviously, we can't go too far without celebrating our guys as well, who played. Corey and Nick played great in the Tour Championship, and I know you have our putting coach on the show later. But
that's right.
Great to have Corey. I mean, 62 is just unbelievable, Brian.
Unbelievable week for Canadian golf. It's been a great year. It always is. Just every year it seems to get bigger and bigger and better and better. And Golf Canada is a big part of that. Again, the CPKC Women's Open was outstanding at Mississauga. It'll be great in Edmonton next year. We'll be back up at TPC Toronto before you know it. It happens quickly. So congrats on a great event, like always, Lawrence. And we can't thank you enough for joining us today. Thank you for doing this.
Okay, thank you, guys, and welcome back, Hazy, and have a great fall season.
You got it. Thank you. There he is, Lawrence Applebaum, CEO of Golf Canada. And, the volunteers they have out there, the whole operation, the infrastructure was as good as it gets. And it was a great, great tournament. It'll be a lot of fun out there in Edmonton. There you go, Strud. Gear up, man. You got 364 more days until next year's Pro-Am. You got to toughen up.
I'm already nervous. I got to start. I have been practicing just to improve. I'm trying to break 80 so bad. I'm so close. I love close.
It. Well, you'll break it at the Pro-Am next year. I have full value in that. All right, hour 2 coming up. Brad Faxon will join us. Steve Phillips coming up. Jays Twins tonight. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on the TSN app.
This is OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog on TSN 1050.
Hour 2 OverDrive continues, powered by FanDuel, bringing you everything from the opening line to the final score. Brian Hayes, Dave Feschuk, and Jason Strudwick. We got Steve Phillips coming up here in a few moments, and we'll get to Something to Chew On by Boston Pizza, or powered by Boston Pizza, a little bit later in the hour. One of the options in our poll question of the day features Cal Raleigh, who hit his 48th and 49th home run over the weekend, which sets a new record for catchers in terms of home runs in a season. It's still August. He's got to hit, 14 more to pass Judge, and he's got 31 games left. He's running out of time, but he's, somewhat on pace, pretty close to the pace he's been on all year. Multiple home runs as a switch hitter in a game. He's done that more times than Mickey Mantle ever did in his career. It's incredible. It's incredible. And Seattle's been on a heater post-trade deadline, and Cal Raleigh, it's going to be an interesting topic. The MVP, was just kind of handed to Judge all year, right? Because who he is and what he does and what he's represented. But the Yankees, they're straddling a playoff spot, and Judge hasn't been playing at the same level he was earlier in the year. Some injury problems at times. I don't know. I'm curious to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, Judge has not looked quite as scary, although he's still scary. And the Yankees can still mash at their best, but when they're bad, they're really bad, right? And this guy, Struddy, catching is just such a tough thing. We've been talking about how hard it is to find a guy like Alejandro Kirk, and he's been, in the conversation as Blue Jays MVP. To catch and then to do what Cal Raleigh is doing, to me, the MVP race is a lot closer than maybe we thought it was. And I think Raleigh's really picking up steam here.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of nicks and bruises that come with being a catcher, right? The balls catch your finger the wrong way or whatever, and you're in that squat all the time. I try to think like the best catchers of all time, the guy, I'm not saying he's the best, but one that pops into my head is always Mike Piazza. Really, really good, obviously good catcher, good offensively, good defensively. And he has never really had an offensive season like this before. So it's, the guy that you really respect is putting up these kind of numbers. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, you look at FanDuel, as of this moment, Aaron Judge still a favorite to win the MVP, -175. Raleigh's +135. So it's real close.
Getting close.
Yeah, it's real close. And it's obviously a two-man race. Skubal's third, and there's waste of time to even discuss that. Skubal's been great. Tiger's been a great story. But it's clearly one of those two guys. And it does speak to the greatness of Judge, though, that he's having a phenomenal season. And halfway through the year, he was putting up numbers that were, going to possibly push it on a pace of maybe the greatest statistically offensive season we've ever seen. Dropped off a little bit. But I would think Ty should go, and generally it does with voting. Ty goes to the new guy, right? You get a little bit of fatigue. It's like it can't be Judge and Ohtani every single year. Ty goes to the new guy, and I think Ty deserves to go to the position he plays.
Yeah.
If you're a catcher that is going to mash 57, 58 home runs, Seattle has been a team that, they've been up and down the last few years, and this year they were kind of just straddling that 500 line for a while, and they've been on a heater, again, for quite some time, and he's a big proponent of that. So if you have a team that's going to make the playoffs, he's going to do things we've never seen before at a position that's very, very unique. I would think that's probably going to win out.
Yeah.
It probably should a month from now.
I think it's going to depend a little bit on how the Yankees finish up here, right? If they kind of do the death spiral of bad defense and bad pitching and they fall out of the race, which is very possible for them because they've looked really, really subpar at times lately. I could see Judge falling out of the race too. It's not going to be his fault that they fall out of the race, but he's going to be affected by it, right? Whereas, because if Seattle stays where they are, and Raleigh continues to do what he does, it's a way more impressive season. And to your point, we've seen Judge do this before, and we've seen better from Judge, and I think that always factors in whether or not it should.
Right, fairly or unfairly, the best of the best. The McDavids, the Mahomes, LeBron, he was a victim of this. That's a strong term for considering, what we're talking about here. But when you're so good for so long, you're held to a standard that is almost impossible to reach. It's almost impossible. That's why I've had these chats before. I'm not sure McDavid wins another Hart because we're going to think of the guy when, 4 or 5 years ago, 160 points and 69 goals. And like until he does that again, which I don't think he ever will, it's going to be held against him in a weird way.
You got to beat yourself, right?
Yeah.
That's your beat.
Yeah.
You got to beat the old version of yourself, or not old, but previous version. That's
right.
That's pretty tough to beat. You're not to beat your people your contemporaries. You're playing against yourself.
That's exactly it. When you're that good, that's who you're playing against. All right, Jays Twins time. Max Scherzer on the mound. Vladdy's back. He will DH tonight. Joining us here on the Maple Toyota Hotline. Here's our baseball insider, Steve Phillips. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing great, guys. Good to be with you.
Yeah, great to have you. We're excited up here in Toronto. Shane Bieber not only made his debut, but man, he looked really good. They got 2 out of 3 down in Miami, including Friday night when he won, and he went out there and went deep into the game and pitched really, really well. And Schneider was pumping his tires afterwards. Is there a glass half empty element to his start? Can you pick anything that wasn't perfect, basically across the board?
No, I think that I did a lot of work on it last week in anticipation of his start on radio on .ca. I wrote a column and then obviously did a hit on SportsCenter. And what I said was that in his rehab starts he looked like the old Shane Bieber. Velocity was where it should be. The breaking stuff was where it should be. The swing and miss was what he used to do. He had picked runners off base, which is one of his strengths at controlling the running game. He's a Gold Glove caliber pitcher, and he's a first pitch strike throwing machine, and that's exactly what he did. I mean, he came out and did all of those things that make him an elite level pitcher, and it is such a great sign because look, I mean, is he going to hit a dead arm period where maybe he'll run out of gas a little bit? Maybe. Then he'll have to just, get a second wind, and he will. But, if not, he looks like a guy who's a front end of the rotation starter who could start a game 1, 2, or 3 in the playoffs for the Jays. And that's exactly what they hoped they were trading for.
Yeah, exactly. And it is early. He's running on adrenaline. It's a new team. But, when you consider the fact that he's not returning to even Cleveland, who's not really playing for anything. If you're returning to a team, like the White Sox or Colorado, it's literally you're just preparing for next year. You may not even return at that point. How much of the fact that he's on a new team and that they're winning the American League East, they're chasing the top seed in the American League, how much do you think that factors in to keeping the adrenaline going for him and allowing, his attitude and his approach to the game to be sharp because, he's playing for something. He's not just out there warming his arm up for 2026. He's got a bunch of new teammates who are looking at him saying, dude, we need you every time you're on the mound.
Yeah, I think that certainly has to be part of it. Now, I'm sure he's excited even just to get back on a mound, any mound at any location after having not pitched since April of 24. But I think that and I think in some ways, I think we have to take note for me, it would be a way to make sure you're protecting him. Don't assume anything about him emotionally. Don't assume anything about him physically. Don't assume anything. That I think you've got to keep checking in with him because he's such a veteran and he looked like the old guy that he used to be. There could be that assumption that, we don't have to worry about him. He's fine. Look at him. He looks great. He looks like the old guy. Let's just let him go. But I think they need to really make sure that they're protecting him, that, the recovery period between starts is something that's important when you're coming back from Tommy John, that, he may have some days where he feels better than others as he starts to recover between starts. And so I think that energy will be there for him. But there will be a start along the way that won't feel like it's his first one back, that won't feel like, you're battling against the Yankees or Red Sox in a playoff game, and where he's going to make a start against somebody who may not be a great team. But I don't think you can assume that he's going to be okay through all of it. So I think they got to do a lot of checking in with him. But certainly, this playoff race is going to energize him and his stuff to another level.
Steve, I think it's safe to say the Blue Jays, barring any kind of injuries, are fairly set with their starting pitchers. The relievers are maybe an area where they need to find some kind of help. So I know they can't trade for anyone, but how would you approach what's happening with the relievers and try to prop them up so they can meet what the starters are doing here?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, a 6.21 ERA since July 27th for this bullpen, the worst in baseball. And so I think that they're still winning and they're overcoming that, and they're building up margin of error for the bullpen. But I think that they have to start thinking about how they're going to line up their rotation for the playoffs, who's going to go to the bullpen. And for me, at some point, I do that transition to start to prepare those starters, because I think that they're going to have to be like other teams have been in the postseason, where starters become relievers, where starters become answers in the bullpen. And for me, that's going to be Lauer, and that's going to be, Jose Barrios. It's just a matter of when do you make that transition. They've got a couple turns where they've got 6 straight games and an off day, 6 straight games and an off day. And then they've got like a Thursday off day, 3 games against the Yankees and a Monday off day. And somewhere within there, I think they need to start looking at starters as potential impact pitchers out of the bullpen, just to start, one, to get down the stretch here, and 2, to get ready for October.
Steve, there's word out of the Jays camp that Anthony Santander is back in Toronto. He's been hitting off high-velocity pitching machines, back from the shoulder injury that's kept him out for months now. What would be your level of interest in having him to be part of the ride through the stretch run and into the playoffs if he is healthy again? Do you think that's plausible that he can contribute here, or are you more looking, let's get him ready for 2026?
Well, I would send him on an extended rehab assignment. I wouldn't just say, let's rush him back in there, give him a couple of bats and run him back in there. They're not in a dire need for that. And so I would want him to go down. The AAA season extends until like September 24th or something like that. So, most rosters are, they extended the AAA season because they stopped expanding the Major League roster to 40 players. So they're going to keep players playing at the minor league level. I'd send him down and make him, show that he's healthy and show that he can produce. And if he goes down there and he's not really hitting, then I'm not gonna squeeze him into the lineup. This isn't about feelings right now. This is about trying to win games. And so if he goes down there and he starts to crush it, then welcome back. Get in that lineup and go get him. But if not, then, the guys who are there who are getting the at-bats should continue to get those.
With Steve Phillips, our TSN Baseball Insider, Jays Twins tonight. Vladdy back in the lineup. He'll DH tonight. And I don't think there's any reason to believe he won't be back playing first base, likely this series, certainly by the weekend when Milwaukee's in town. But it does raise an interesting question. If Vladdy is in a position where he can only DH, he's going to DH, which means George Springer is going to play. I think he's in left field tonight. And Ty France is going to play first. I guess bringing the Santander conversation into it as we look ahead to a playoff roster, if for whatever reason Vladdy's in a situation where he's got a DH, how complicated does that make things for John Schneider trying to fill out his roster and his lineup, depending on who they're going up against, a righty, a lefty, what have you. But where does France come into play? Where does Springer play in the outfield come into play? Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, and if Santander is hitting, can he get out in the outfield?
Right.
And put him in a corner? And, if you've got a ground ball pitcher on the mound, can you, and Bieber gets more ground balls and flyouts, can you afford a little less defense in the outfield, a little more offense in the outfield? So I think it's not going to be that difficult, because if Vladdy can only DH, then that's what he'll do. And then the rest will be working matchups as to what's the right way to go, understanding that if you get a lead, you're going to get Santander out of there defensively and cover for him in that game, that France would probably get the at-bats at first base in Vladdy's absence. But I'm with you. I think that Vladdy didn't seem to, pull the muscle. I think he tweaked it a little bit. And if he can DH, I think it's a matter of days before he can get in there and play first base. So, but I'm with you. You gotta be nimble. You have to be aware. You have to gauge it. I think there will be times maybe to protect Vladdy, even if you come back and play first, that they give him some time off. The other thing to really keep in mind, when a guy's DHing, it's not as simple as, we'll keep him off his speed a little bit. You got to keep him stretched out and hot, right? You got to keep his legs out, because you're going to have to run the bases if he puts the ball in play. And sometimes you're better served playing in the field just because you're constantly moving around and your legs are staying stretched out and warmed up. So, they'll manage that. But everybody's gone through this sort of situation with a player before, and I'm sure they'll manage it properly.
Steve, we're about a month left in the season, give or take a few days. And, as you look at this Blue Jay team and Schneider, are there areas of the game you like to see him maybe put players in or situations, or is he just trying to get as many wins as he can to get across the finish line here?
Yeah, there's nothing about opportunity or development that matters right now. In Chicago with the White Sox, in Colorado, in Miami, in Washington, they can give players opportunities. They can get a look at a guy. They can give a left-handed hitter a crack at facing a left-handed pitcher that they might have earlier in the year when they thought they might compete, have platooned or pinch hit for somebody. But I think that the Jays are at a point right now, just like, for instance, the Yankees. The Yankees, Aaron Boone, their manager, benched Anthony Volpe yesterday. And when he was asked about, is it just a day off or, is this a move that you're going to make moving forward? He's like, we'll see, because he can't worry about Anthony Volpe and his development right now. He's made 17 errors. He's hitting a little over 200. And sure, you'd like to rebuild his confidence to get him on track. But if Jose Caballero can get the job done and you don't want to lose your foothold on your playoff spot, then you play Caballero. And I think the same thing for John Schneider. Whatever best suits this team to win, both in a lineup to start the game and in-game decisions to pinch hit, make a pitching change, whatever, you do it. Hoffman walks a couple guys. You don't leave him out there. I don't. I go out there and get him. And I'll rebuild his psyche between outings. I'm not going to do it and try to leave him out there to try to work his way through something. So, every game means something right now, and you can't give anything away.
With Steve Phillips, the Yankees, I guess, gave away a few games to the Red Sox, and gave away that second seed in the American League East over the weekend by losing 3 or 4 against Boston. Of those two teams, with about a month to go, if you're the Blue Jays, who scares you more in terms of possibly chasing you down, Boston or New York?
I think Boston. I do, and Yankees have more name recognition, and they've got Judge, but Roman Anthony's a dude, and Jarren Duran's a dude. Bregman's a great leader. They've got the ace in Crochet, who's actually pitching like an ace, where Max Fried pitched like one to the All-Star break, but he's not been the same guy since then. And I think that Chapman is the most stable reliever between the two teams, and he's with Boston. So I actually think Boston right now would be more concerning. The Yankees at times feel like they're competing against themselves. The Red Sox feel like they're just a travel team showing up ready to play, and somebody says, they ask who we're playing today. I'm like, it's the Yankees. Oh, okay. We'll play the Yankees. We don't care. Just tell us who we're playing, and we'll go play them. And I think that they're young enough not to know any better or to overthink it, but really just go out and play and relax. I think Alex Cora has done a terrific job with this young team.
Well, we were talking about the MVP pursuit with a month ago, and Judge is still a favorite. Like on FanDuel, he's minus 175, and Cal Raleigh's plus 135 right behind him. But for me, I think Raleigh should be the favorite as far as I'm concerned. Like, he hit 48, 49 last night. That's a new record at that position. He's got a month to go. I don't think he's going to hit 63 home runs. Like, I don't think he's going to track down Judge's record and catch him or pass him. I just think he's running out of time, but it's possible. Seattle's a half game back of the Yankees, I believe. The position he plays, where do you stand on it as of today? Raleigh or Judge? Who's your MVP in the American League?
It would be Raleigh for me right now. And, Vegas has it at Judge at like minus 185 and Raleigh at a plus 120 or 115, at least what I saw. And Cal Raleigh, before the game yesterday, was a plus 250. And then after the 2 home runs in the game where he set the all-time record in single season for home runs by a catcher, it would drop to like 130, 120, 150, and so it's the gap has been narrowed. I think that I understand why Vegas has it separate, but because Judge is DHing now with the sore elbow, I think it devalues him a little bit, diminishes his value, and I think there's that recency bias that exists where writers will look at it and say it's really close. if Seattle gets in the playoffs, what Raleigh did is so unique and record-setting. And we've given it to Judge before. Let's give it to Cal Raleigh. And so I do think that Raleigh likely gets it over Judge right now. And I can understand an argument why somebody might vote that way.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think, again, we'll see. There's a lot of baseball left to be played, but the Raleigh story is incredible. I mean, the fact that he's doing what he's doing as a switch hitting, everyday playing catcher, it's pretty incredible, Steve. I mean, we're so used to seeing Judge do what he does, and we've seen what Ohtani's been doing, and the fact that it's new blood and it's a guy that plays the position he plays and he's a switch hitter, where do you think this is going a month from now in terms of, all-time great seasons or most unique kind of out-of-left field seasons, considering the way Raleigh's been playing all year?
Yeah, I think that because he doesn't have that pedigree name of Ohtani and Judge, I always think to myself, wow, how great can I say it is? But think about a guy being a catcher and the rigors of doing that, and then doing it out of Seattle, where it's the most travel of any team in all of baseball. It puts more stress and pressure on any player ever. And by the way, he's a platinum glove defensive catcher. Mm-hmm. And yesterday when he hit the 2 home runs, his manager, Dan Wilson, wanted to talk about how great he was at blocking the ball in the dirt when Logan Gilbert struck out 13 batters, 11 on the slider, and many of which were bouncing in the dirt that he would block, keep in front of him for the third strike. And so I think that it is one of the best seasons we've seen in a long time. And look, we're going to talk about a guy who's going to probably get to, 55 home runs with 30-some games left, at least that. And you start thinking about, how close it is to the American League record for home runs, which is 62. And he did it as a catcher, and he's doing it as a switch hitter. He's going to pass Mickey Mantle for the most home runs by a switch hitter. He's going to have the most multi-homer games for a switch hitter ever when it's all said and done. And so I think that it's hard to put it in perspective, but I'm with you. I think it's going to go down as one of the best seasons we've ever seen by a player. Yeah, it's incredible what he's been doing all year. And Seattle in the hunt, they're currently in a wild card spot right now with the Yankees, with the Red Sox, and we got just over a month to go. Always great catching up with you, Steve. We'll do it again later in the week. All right, thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Steve Phillips joining us here on the Maple Toyota Hotline. Drive the built-in Canada, fuel-efficient, fun-to-drive Toyota RAV4, gas or hybrid models available. Visit mapletoyota.com. So, yeah, Jay's back in action tonight. Max Scherzer on the mound. This Santander story, we'll see. I'll believe it when I see it that he actually ever plays for him this year, because it's the end of August, and what can you expect out of the guy? Like, I don't know if you can apply the Bieber mentality to Santander. Like, it feels different to me. Now, they have more of a contractual commitment to him, but he was so bad prior to the injuries. And, you're taking a bat out that's been pretty good. Like, who are you taking out? Nathan Lucas out of the lineup? Who are you taking out to put him in? It's not always fair, Hayes. It's the same reason why Barrios gets the nod to stay in the rotation, because they got a contractual commitment to him, and they don't, to other guys. I mean, they paid Santander $92.5 million. Mm-hmm. I mean, they got to get something out of that. And the idea that, look, if he's healthy, if he's hitting off high-velocity pitching machines, he's got to be getting pretty damn close to healthy. I'm with Steve. There's a runway here to send him down to Buffalo for an extended period, but you can't tell me that. Look, if you believed in him when you gave him $92 million only a handful of months ago, why wouldn't you believe in him now? And, the idea that he is a slow starter, that's concerning, because if he's starting again, and if he's slow out of the gate in his return to the majors, that could be a problem. But you got to at least test the waters here. Yeah, test the waters. It'll be at the expense of someone else. That's the thing. Like Bieber, I guess, technically is at the expense of Lauer, at least for one rotation. But Lauer's still here, and he's going to start in a couple of days. But, once you solidify your playoff roster, there's no turning back. That's going to be an interesting story. You send it in, and you're like, this is who we're going with for this round, and you can adjust it as you go on. But if you're taking someone out and you're putting him in, and your trust level is, well, we signed him, and we gave him all his money, so I guess we have to. He better play for you. He's going to get at bats, and he better perform.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on him. There's going to be pressure on Bieber, Scherzer, everyone. It's Major League Baseball, and it's the playoffs that are around the corner. But this one's going to be an interesting, twist and turn, I think, for the next month. See what happens with him. All right, we'll come back with something to chew on, brought to you by Boston Pizza. We got Brad Faxon in just over half an hour. His take on Tommy Fleetwood winning the Tour Championship. Brooke Henderson winning the Women's Open out at Mississauga. What we can expect with the Ryder Cup moving forward as we turn the page on the PGA Tour season. And we got Joe Thomas coming up. We got some big news out of the NFL in terms of signings, and it appears as if there's one big name who's still out there, and we all know who it is. He was sleeping watching his team play the other day. We'll get into that and more still to come this hour. OverDrive continues, TSN 1050 and on TSN 2.
Calling all Madridistas, Los Colchoneros, Coolers, all La Liga Super Fanáticos. TSN Plus has got the promotion for you. Every game, all season long.
He scored his first goal in the Clasico.
And watch multiple matches simultaneously, so you never miss un momento.
There is no answer to football like that.
Subscribe now and get a 6-month pass for only $32.99.
Magnificent!
La Liga on TSN Plus. Subscribe now.
Imagine how surreal this feels. You gotta love this.
NFL kickoff weekend begins September 4th on TSN and CTV.
Now, back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
Everybody get your roll on. I know shorty and she doesn't want.
All right, Brad Faxon coming up in about a half an hour. Joe Thomas in about an hour. And things are happening in the NFL. We're still waiting on Micah Parsons. He's the only guy who, as of now, has still not been signed, and we don't know if he's going to play. And I saw Dan Orlovsky on ESPN today opining that he's not sure he'll ever play again for the Cowboys, which I think is recency bias because, Parsons is sleeping and it's getting ugly, and he's got a rookie head coach down there, and Brian Schottenheimer, and Jerry Jones is a mess, and it's a circus all the time. But generally, things do get resolved. But Trey Hendrickson, who led the NFL sacks last year, has been waiting for a new deal with Cincinnati, and it sounds as if he's worked one out, a one-year deal, about $30 million. I'm guessing $30 million guarantee. I haven't seen all the details yet. But Hendrickson done. Terry McLaurin got done in Washington today, so their number one wide receiver is back in camp and ready to play to start the year. And the NFL season starts next Thursday, and Parsons is the lone man out. And he's been the face of this whole conversation because of the team he plays for, because of who he is, how outspoken he is. His agent's been revealing different things and making public statements. It's the lone circus, and I'm not at all surprised. It's the only one that we're still waiting for.
And I don't know, like Orlovsky knows what he knows. I respect his opinion, but I would be shocked if this doesn't turn out the way almost all these things turn out with Jerry Jones. He's going to cave at the last minute. He's going to give Micah Parsons every last dime that he's demanding. And he's going to chalk it up to all publicity is good publicity. And, my circus is my circus, and I make many, many millions, scratch that, billions off it. Mm-hmm. And I love being the ringmaster, and nothing's ever going to change.
Yeah, I'd be worried about this with my best player. And whether it's, let's say the deal gets done, what does that affect the relationship moving forward? He's still a young player. There'll be other contracts. I don't like handling it this way. Dax, yeah, he's a good quarterback. CeeDee's a good receiver. But this guy, I think, is a game changer on that side of the ball.
Yeah, like analytically, when he's on field, they're one of the 3 or 4 best defenses in the league. When he's off, they're one of the 3 or 4 worst. That's how impactful he has been. Like he is the definition of a game changer. There's very few of them in the league. Myles Garrett's one of them. T.J. Watt's one of them. Parsons is one of them. You can look at corners, too. Like there's, Surtain and others that literally lock down half the field. It just changes everything. If you have a pass rusher that every single snap is going to affect your coverage, your what your quarterback's thinking, how your playbook is going to be revealed or unveiled. You get a corner that can shut down half the field. There's 2 positions on the defensive side where that really, really makes an impact. And Parsons plays one of them, and he does it at an incredibly high level, and he's younger than all those guys.
Yeah.
Garrett's older. Watt's older. He's the youngest of the bunch. And they play opening night in Philly. They open the season in Philly, which I can't help but think is a part of where this is going for Jerry Jones, where I think he's concerned they might get pumped opening night. But how do you soften the blow? You sign them the day of the game.
Yeah.
Right? And then who cares?
Show.
It doesn't matter that they got pumped. Of course they got pumped. Parsons wasn't really ready to play. Now they got a long week. He'll be ready for week 2. It's all good. That's how he would be thinking. That's how he would operate. Opening night in the NFL, all eyes are on the champs in Philly. Actually, we're going to steal that for you. We're going to sign our best player day of, an hour before kickoff. There's Jerry Jones and Parsons right there knocking out details on a contract.
Yeah.
And he's out there. He runs out plays, and then that becomes the story of the night. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was the long-term plan here for Jerry Jones.
That's exactly the plan, Hayes. I mean, that's how you expect this to turn out, because it's turned out like this so many other times. And, you see Jerry at the preseason game where Micah Parsons is putting on a show, on the sideline, lying down. That wasn't a great.
That's an amateur look. It's silly. It's goofy. Move. Like you're laying down and pretending you're falling asleep. Like that's not professional.
It's not professional. But Jerry's not professional either.
No,
in
he's
the
not.
way he's trying to. Like he's like disobeying NFL, collectively bargain rules about trying to cut out the agent from a negotiation, which is
Right.
ridiculous. You can't be doing that. But he's also he's playing around with Micah Parsons' mom, making jokes about how Micah wants money. But Jerry just sees it as a show, man. He sees it as a reality show. He's got a Netflix show that's doing great right now. Based on his time with the Cowboys. Really good, by the way. I highly recommend it. Mm-hmm. And that's all it is to Jerry. And that's the sad thing for his football team and the people that want it to win, because that's not priority number one in Jerry's mind.
Yeah, right. The challenge, it's chaotic. Right, I think the teams need to have as little distractions as possible, and this has been a big distraction. Players are being asked about it. It's on the coach's mind. Am I not going to have this guy here? So I don't understand how the guy in charge of the team, I'd want to have this kind of chaos around my team before we even start the season. Even if it's 5% disruptive to your team, whether it's practice or games, it's not worth it, especially when you know you're going to do the right thing, which is to get him back here.
Yeah. Like, where are the circuses in the NFL right now? Dallas, Cleveland.
Yeah.
Right? That's
maybe Miami.
Yeah, maybe Miami. Exactly. Teams that never win, never do anything, aren't expected to do anything, and this is their time to shine. And it's almost like a sign of insecurity, I think, in terms of where Dallas is going. Like, let's try to distract people. By get them concentrating on this stuff as opposed to looking at the fact that you might have the worst team in the NFC East. You might. Giants might miraculously be better. They've added some talent on that team. I think we all expect Philly to be very good. Washington, as long as Jaden Daniels continues to play the way he did last year, they should be at least a formidable team in the East. So, yeah, it's all about distraction. It's all about – and Cleveland, the same thing. No one expects Cleveland to do anything this year. Yet it's going to be a circus because it's Cleveland, and that's the way they operate.
And yet you watch this Hard Knocks, so-called – the show is called Hard Knocks, but because it's about the Buffalo Bills, it's not very hard.
Nothing.
There's nothing in it.
Just totally routine.
It's just wow, look at these guys. They all get along. Yeah, they had a small little hold-in with James Cook, but they ended up paying him, happy ending there. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, got rid of that problem very quickly, and everybody loves everybody, and they all work hard, and there is zero drama in Orchard Park, which is why they're one of the Super Bowl favorites.
Exactly that. You look at the way the championship teams, they separate each other. It's like great poker players. It's not luck when the same guys are in the final table every single time. It's because they operate differently. The best teams, the teams with championship pedigree, the teams with that type of culture, they're run differently. They're well-oiled machines, and Buffalo miraculously has won. 10 years ago they were wearing a different jersey. They were looked upon differently anyway. And Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, you bring the three of them in, they connect. Rest is history. They are who they are now. Only Parsons is still, I guess, to hold in, waiting to see what's going to happen with the Cowboys. But we were talking earlier, and I want to get back into, the listening to the outside noise if you're Austin Matthews. And, Strud, I want you to jump in on this because I made the point earlier, just based on, again, rankings that are out, that are not outrageous at all. The NHL Network reveals them every single year, the top 20 wingers, centers, defensemen, goalies. And their consensus, based on voting, had Matthews at 7. All right, so they had McDavid 1, McKinnon 2, Draisaitl 3, Barkov 4, Crosby 5, Eichel 6, Matthews 7. Now, on a couple of guys' individual lists, and we do this every single year at TSN, our top 50, we'll be doing it in a month, and I'm curious to see where Matthews will land on that list. But some guys had Braden Point ahead of him. Mike Rupp said he would take a healthy Jack Hughes over Austin Matthews. I would like to see Austin do something that he's never done before, and I'm not holding my breath that he will, but come in with a chip on your shoulder, man. This is the league telling you that they think you're moving in the wrong direction, right? That you had a down year, that your playoff performances are not good enough. Now Marner's left, and I'm surprised Marner didn't get kind of hit with the same stuff we apply to Austin, because I saw he was ranked 3rd, I believe, in terms of wingers in the NHL. Maybe that was right wingers. But, Mitch has the exact same reputation and resume in terms of playoff performances. But I'd like to see Matthews come in and day one of camp say, just mature and be a killer. Just say, I've heard it. I've seen it. You want to bet against me? Go ahead. You want to bet against us? You think we're going to fall apart because Mitch is in here? They're all playing the same thing. I heard him when he was up in Brampton recently. I heard Willie. I get they love Mitch. I get that. But the world is looking at you. A lot of people outside of this market and within it are saying, what are you going to be during the regular season without Marner? Like, can you be good enough to hold on to that top seed? You were the top team in the division last year. That's the pay scar. If I'm the Leafs, I think you should expect to show up and win your division again. Can you do it? A lot of people are doubting you. And Mitch is gone now. You can be friendly, you can be nice, you can say the right things, but when would you expect them to turn that off and say, enough of Mitch? We don't want to talk about him anymore. He chose to leave, and we're going to win without him. I'd like to hear that from these guys.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll ever hear that. I mean, but I think that, to be honest, I don't think they were the best team in their division last year. The team that won the Stanley Cup was Florida, and I think Florida paced themselves down the stretch. Now, I get it's a regular season title, but when the Stanley Cup champions in your division, you're number 2 at best, at the very best going into this season. And I think Florida's at least as good or maybe better than they were last year, considering where they're at. So I think for Matthews, it's an interesting point. When I look at everyone on that list, I think when those players, like we talked about the two others, McKinnon, Barkov, Crosby, I'll even put Eichel and Point in there. When they step on the ice, I think they're trying to prove that they're the best player on the ice all the time. I think that Matthews has to develop that same one, especially in head-to-head confrontations. And I'll use a specific time when they were in the in the playoffs.
Four Nations, yeah.
Four Nations and then the playoffs. You have to rise up and embrace that challenge because it's an opportunity to show that you're the best. And I'll go back to, I think it was Draisaitl's first or second year. He played his first game against Anze Kopitar. It looked like a men versus a dad versus kids game. Kopitar had his way with Draisaitl. And Leon, now I know that Matthew's further down his road, but Leon after said, I had a lot to learn from that game, from this player. And then now, you could tell when he would play him, the years ago, it was a big matchup. He wanted to take Kopitar down because they're both big, strong, heavy guys and good players. So I think for Matthews, he needs to go into those one-on-one matchups with those top centers on that side and have his way. I think Hughes is a really good centerman. He's not even close to the same size as Matthew. They're both skilled.
No,
there's no way that Hughes shouldn't win that battle. I can't compare or challenge how the guys vote, but head to head, there's no reason that Matthew should have his way with Hughes night in, night out. He's as skilled. He can skate. He's way bigger. All those things. Show it. And do it every time. Every time you go in and play, take that list, put it on your sticker and say, okay, Hughes, they picked you ahead of me or whatever. And then do the same with Point. Do the same. I mean, Connor and Leon, McKinnon, Crosby, those are...
you got to be reasonable, but there's
but you can still show up. And not that he doesn't show up, but just have that. That.
He needs to have that mentality. I think that's what this team has desperately been missing for years. And I don't know if Nylander thinks that way. I don't believe Marner ever thought that way. I think if anything, they looked internally and said, I just got to be better than the guy beside me. That's who I'm thinking of. I got to be better than Matthews, or Matthews got to be better than Willie or Tavares or whatever. And they can say, well, we took care of where we were supposed to in our own pecking order. But that mentality and that attitude, and it's right there for you. To hear Mike Rupp say he would take a healthy Jack Hughes over, that is an insult to Austin Matthews. It is. It's an absolute.
It is.
Jack Hughes has won nothing in his career, and he's a really good player. He's nowhere close to Matthews, nowhere close to him. And yet, and Rupp knows the game, and covers the game well. And he's, it's a provocative comment. He stands by it. I vehemently disagree, but it's on Austin to go out there and prove what a lot of people are saying. Hey, you're closer to that group than the other one. That's what that comment is. You're going that way, not the other way.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it's an outlandish comment because Jack Hughes doesn't exactly have a playoff resume.
Not even close.
He's been in the playoffs once in his career.
And look at him at the Four Nations. He was terrible. He's a young guy, but still.
Let's not be silly here. And let's not forget, Matthews, at his best, he's been, to your point, Hayes, there's been moments where he's been number 2 to McDavid, and it hasn't been particularly close, right? Because nobody has scored goals like Matthews has scored goals. Now, he's coming off a year where you have to assume a lot of the performance was related to an injury or injuries, plural, that, he's not going to tell us about, which I think is a mistake, but that's his right. And So there's a factor that, again, we don't know much about. He says he feels good. I think the good was the word he used the other day when he was asked about his health. He did not elaborate on that. But you're right. Like, the question is, Brendan Shanahan was asking about killer instinct and where to find it on this club, 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago, we've been having the killer instinct conversation. And that's very not so subtly aimed at the best players on the team. And it really hasn't shown up. So the question is, in year 10, because you had a down year and now people are bleep talking you, does that make the killer instinct show up? I mean, I guess we'll find out, but I wouldn't bet big money on it.
No, again, that's been his approach has been more kind of too cool for that and more of a laid-back, nonchalant guy. That's kind of been his approach and attitude. Not that he's not uber professional. He works his ass off. Like, he's in incredible shape, when he's a great player. But, yes, I mean, that's an ingredient that moves you up the list. Like, that's in 1 year, it can be a one-off. 2 years becomes a trend. Like, now people are looking at, okay, you got hurt, wasn't a great year, Mitch is gone. You get back on it and you play 82 games or 82 games and score 55 goals and you're a dominant force. People will come, back to you. But ultimately, it's going to come down to the playoff performances. That's why Barkov's ahead of him, clearly. Yeah. Like, Barkov's a great, great player, but Barkov's a winner. That's his reputation. Like, he's a winner. He's a guy. Like, he had 71 points last year. He's never been up for the Hart. I don't think he'll ever win a Hart. He hasn't won a Conn Smythe, but he's a winner, and that's your reputation. And he's earned that. And Austin has to win in order to break down a lot of the barriers, and that's on him. And it's on his teammates, his organization. But I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got. I'm looking forward to see if he shows up and he is healthy. In the last handful of years of his career, it's been on 1 year, off the next, on 1 year, off the next. And generally, he comes off a quote-unquote down year for him, and he launches back into a stratosphere like we saw a couple of years ago. And when he won his Hart, when he scored 60. So that's got to be the expectation. That's what I'm thinking he's going to bring to the table. If he does that, I think a lot of people will change their opinions. But if he doesn't, scores 35 and is banged up all the time, then he's going to continue to move down the list. That's what's coming. It's a great challenge for him this year.
You should be excited. Great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to kind of push through.
Yep, big time. All right, Brad Faxon in 20 minutes. Joe Thomas on the NFL scene, including Shedeur Sanders, and whether or not he's going to actually make the team in Cleveland. Will we see him play games at all this season or down the road for the Browns or any other teams? Or what happens with Micah Parsons and the Cowboys? That and more still to come. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 2.
to OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
All right, with the help of Healthy Planet, TSN 1050 is donating $10,000 to the TDSB's Backpacks and School Supplies Drive. You can help support our local students, too. A $25 donation provides one backpack for a student, and $30 total ensures it includes the essentials. Donations are being accepted now through the end of September. Head to tsn1050.ca to donate today. A week tomorrow, school's popping up, man. It's a big thing. We were out today and buying some school supplies, and my oldest will be in grade 5, my youngest going into grade 1, so both in the big yard, which is very, very substantial, right? Both going into the big yard. And my wife and I were laughing the other day because we've had a great summer. It's been an awesome summer. A lot of travel. They've been in camps. We've been out of town, going up north, seeing a lot of friends. We're at the end of it. That's enough now. Like, we're ready for school. And, we're ready. Yeah, let's get back into some normalcy here. You know what I mean? Let's find a normal schedule. Back to school, back to work. The weather's starting to turn, right? It's cooled down substantially now. It's raining for the first time in like 2 months. I'm ready for the fall. I'm ready for football. I'm ready for the NFL, college football this weekend. Let's get going here.
Well, there's always that time, right? That time you have to get the kids settled in school, their activities, and then just kind of a schedule. Because we have 3 kids. My wife and I are both pretty busy, so it's always trying to find a schedule that works. And I find it takes about a month. Then once you get that settled in, everything calms down, and get into October, it's like, okay, we're in a rhythm.
Yeah.
Which is it's tough because otherwise it's just like the summer. I find it's chaos, driving people here and there. I want to see my buddy. I got to do this, got to do that. It's a lot. So I look forward to the schedule.
Yep, I'm with you. Find a rhythm, Dave.
Yeah,
Find a rhythm.
I know a lot of parents that are in your situation, Hayes. They're starting to look down at the States, and they're saying, wait a second, the Americans send their kids back to school in August? Sign us up for that.
Yeah, I know. That's a completely different ballgame. And that affects players, right? Like, I had a conversation with an NHL player over the summer who said, they got to get down to the States early because their kids have to go to school.
Yeah.
So like, where if you play on a Canadian team, you can be up in Muskoka on Labor Day and it's all good. You don't have to worry about it. Kids are going to school when, day after Labor Day, it's fine. You play in the States, you got to go down there, first, second week of August.
Yeah, they've been back for a week or two, depending on where you live.
Yeah.
It's a different world down there. But I think it speaks to the problem that parents have. Like the summer's long, man. And cutting it a little shorter by a week or two.
Well, a week anyway.
Yeah.
Like this week, and this is purely personal bias, but my kids been in camps. It's been an awesome summer. This week we got nothing planned.
Right.
Nothing. And it's just like, what are we doing? My wife and I are working. Yeah. We're trying to figure out how we're going to get to the finish line. We'll get there. It's all good. But it's the most wonderful time of the year. That's why that jingle always pops. Right?
Put them in
always pops.
Put the girls in the backyard with a couple of golf clubs, and you might have a couple of Brooke Hendersons.
I'm working on it. Right. They were inspired by Brooke, right? We went out and played yesterday and played a few holes, and they were hitting bombs and rolling putts. And Brooke Henderson's an incredible inspiration. So more on that into the next hour. Brad Faxon coming up. Joe Thomas on the NFL, and our best bet still to come. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 2.
NFL kickoff weekend on TSN and CTV. 3 days of NFL football, Thursday night, Friday night, and all day Sunday. Yes! Dive into red zone action with TSN Plus. Wow! Kickoff weekend begins September 4th on TSN and CTV.
This is OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog on TSN 1050.
Final hour OverDrive continues, powered by FanDuel, bringing you everything from the opening line to the final score. Joe Thomas later in the hour. Brad Faxon coming up momentarily. We got Jays Twins tonight down at the Dome. Max Scherzer on the mound. Vladdy's back, and he will DH tonight. So positive vibes. They take 2 out of 3. It wasn't, the greatest baseball ever played, but just keep winning. You got a 5-game lead on the Sox, 5.5 on the Yankees. I think you play them each one more time. If you can avoid a sweep in those series, you're probably looking at little over 500. You're going to win the division, right?
Yeah, you don't have to do much, right? You just got to kind of keep your head above water and not go on a ridiculously long losing streak, and you pretty much got the AL East wrapped up here. It's really that simple.
Yeah, I mean, you've played 131 games. You've done the heavy lifting here. And I think the positive for the Jays is that they play up to their competition. They don't play. They didn't play well against the Pirates. They didn't play, fundamentally great baseball against Miami. They still won 2 out of 3. We know they've lost games to some bad teams this year. They've lost some series to some bad teams. But their record against playoff teams is elite.
Yeah, it is.
It's great. And that's a sign of what really matters, because that's who you're going to play in October. You're not playing the Pittsburgh Pirates in the playoffs. You're going to play the best of the best. And so far through 131 games, when the Jays are playing the best of the best, they seemingly bring their A game. I think that's a really positive trait.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a mentality as well, right? You get excited to take on and to show people what you can do against those elite teams, and that's what you want. You're a competitor. You want to show people that you are the best. And that's an attitude that I think you see it in that whole lineup. Like they compete, man. Like some of those at-bats they have where they have, it's not 2 pitches out. We're looking at longer, I think of one maybe a month ago with David Schneider. Like, I don't know how many, it was 7 or 8, 9 pitches. And the next guy comes out and got a hit or maybe hit a home run. But I love that competing. They're trying to beat, and that just goes through the whole group and pushes on to the other team.
Big time. Yeah, and their bullpen is an issue right now. Like, there's no denying that. That's what's going to have to be cleaned up between now and the end of next month. Their stats are bloated. They're blowing games. Their new arms haven't been great. Like the guys they were relying on post-trade deadline. Hoffman is hit or miss. So that's going to be playing with fire a little bit down the stretch and into the playoffs. I don't know how confident everyone's going to be come the playoff games and how quickly they go to the bullpen. But maybe they take a conventional approach and they allow their starters to actually go 3 times through the rotation.
Oh, wouldn't that be a change?
Wouldn't it be amazing if the Jays, who famously went modern analytical overload, taking Barrios out and putting Kikuchi in the last time we saw them in the playoffs, completely reversed everything and said, screw it, man.
Yeah.
We want Jack Morris type stuff. Like, we need you to throw 125 pitches, and if it goes into extra innings, you might still be out there.
You know what?
That would be great.
That would be outstanding. I mean, all the old school purists would be loving it, but it's not happening, Hayes.
No, it's not. Of course not.
And the thing, like when Steve Phillips joined us in the last hour and talked about that stat where the bullpen has a 6+ ERA over the last month, it's the highest in baseball. Like, the alarm bells haven't been going off because, to your point, they've been getting the right side of the bounces on a lot of nights, and they're playing good baseball and they're hitting well. But you know what? Like, that cannot be sustained, right? Like, that's a massive red flag for a team that might have some trouble ahead of it if they can't straighten this out. And you start thinking about playoff baseball, Struddy, where every pitch matters and the moments get so tense in the 7th, 8th, and 9th when you're clinging to a lead. Like, do you really have faith in a lot of these guys? Do you really have faith in Hoffman to close a game right now? It's hard to have faith because you haven't seen it. It hasn't been a clockwork occurrence.
Yeah, so how do you reset that? if we want to say, okay, tonight they start. They have a new ERA. Everyone's starting with a 0 ERA. We're going to start up. So how do you reset that mentality for a group that's been underachieving? I think that's the hardest thing. If we had the answers, the three of us might be on the bench tonight with beside Pete Walker trying to straighten it out. And I think you got to focus on each individual. It's like in hockey. If your whole team isn't scoring, you can't just yell at everyone to score more. What is each person doing that isn't allow them to score? And maybe that's the case with pitchers. The same thing would go through. Hey, this is what you're all individually struggling on. That as a group, whatever that message is that they may deliver, compete or dig in, whatever cliche you want to use. But I don't think it's easy, Hayes. I guess is what I'm saying. And
no,
it doesn't just turn overnight. You don't just get to turn over the new calendar.
No, that's the reality. It's not hypothetical. You're not resetting your ERA tonight. And what they've tried to do here is build an aggressive bullpen. A bullpen where guys throw heat and challenge you. And I would suggest that's something they might want to get back to, like simplify things. Tell these guys, if you're Pete Walker, if you're John Schneider, if you're coming in, Varland and Dominguez and whoever it is, just throw fastball after fastball after fastball and challenge these guys and make them hit you. Don't get cute. Don't try to hit the paint. Don't try to throw something you're working on or whatever. Challenge these guys because that's the bullpen they've built. And that was what Ross Atkins said to us a month ago. He said, we can live with Hoffman giving up the home runs he does because that's what comes with being a challenging arm, a guy who throws 96, 97 and says, if you can hit it, hit it. If you can hit it, name it.
Yeah.
We're going to bank on them not hitting it. When the time is needed. So, maybe they're just in this rhythm right now where everyone seems to be hitting it. But, obviously that's something that's got to change. You cannot have a bloated bullpen. You can't have a bullpen that's leaking oil down the stretch, let alone into the playoffs. It's just not going to work. It's not conducive to winning. It's not going to work. So they got just over a month to figure that out. Jays Twins tonight. Joe Thomas later in the hour. Something to chew on brought to you by Boston Pizza coming up. Asking, who was the big winner of the weekend. And one of the options, of course, Brooke Henderson, who she hadn't won in a couple of years. It was really, really a relieving moment for her, you could tell. A lot of pressure, her home tournament, clearly. And Tommy Fleetwood had never won on the PGA Tour. And yet he wins in a 30-man field. And, is there an asterisk on this? Is it there's no cut? I don't think so because of who we're talking about and the great, great players and the great course and the setup and the pressure and the purse that's on the line. But I'm sure our next guest has got a viewpoint on it. He was down there at East Lake with NBC and the Golf Channel. Here is longtime pro himself. We love having him on. One of our favorites, here's Brad Faxon. How you doing, Fax?
Pretty good, gentlemen. How are we doing? I just want you to get don't get too nervous that these Boston Red Sox are creeping up on you guys.
I know. We're not worried.
You're getting healthier.
We're not worried.
I know you're not worried.
We're not worried. Still a 5-game buffer.
I got a message for Brian. I hear he's not practicing his putting. All he does is care how far he hits it. He's like Bryson.
That's precisely who I am. And I need to work with you, Fax. I need to meet you. I don't know. Where do we meet? Down in New York? You can get me on BetPage. We can work on the practice green down there or what?
Seriously, we'll get a big crowd out there.
Yeah, no kidding, man. What a scene over the weekend. Tommy Fleetwood, I got a chance to meet him and play in the Pro-Am with him up here at the Canadian Open a few years ago. Awesome guy. What a player. And I was nervous for him because, Cantlay kind of opened the door for him the first couple of holes, going bogey double to allow Fleetwood to breathe a little bit. How substantial do you think that was, the way Cantlay started his own round, the way Scheffler started his own round, going OB off the tee off his first shot of the day? Do you think that factored into Fleetwood breathing a little easier?
Well, it's crazy, isn't it, to see what happened in just that short amount of time. Like you said, the double bogey and the bogey and the double bogey, like a 4-putt for Cantlay. You never see that. Technically, it was a 3-putt, but he was on the fringe putting. And Scheffler, I don't know if he's hit out of bounds this year. He looked a little bit out of sorts the whole round. He hits a shot in the water on that treacherous 15th hole. And Tommy Fleetwood, I mean, what a year he's had, but what a playoff run. He had a good British Open, finished tied for 23rd, but has a chance in Memphis to win and messes up on the 16th hole, the easy par 5, doesn't really get the job done there. And then
he goes on this roll, and then everybody's pulling for him. He's talking about, hey, listen, I'm gaining experience. This is where you'd want to be. I haven't won over here 164 times. I mean, a guy with the most amount of money that hasn't won, the most amount of top 10s, top 5s that hasn't won. And like you said, like universally loved. Americans love him. The crowd in America, in Atlanta, cheering Tommy Ladd. It was dynamic television. And, Justin Rose took down J.J. Spawn in Memphis in that playoff. Then Scheffler did what Scheffler does to take down McIntyre. These are all potential Ryder Cup matches. And then Fleetwood, like you said, playing with Cantley, gets that incredibly good break, that the slow start. But it wasn't until the back nine where Fleetwood really started hitting some good shots and made a bunch of birdies. It was great television.
So it took him this long to win to win one. Is it true that just now it's just a mental hurdle he's cleared and he could maybe play different or play looser, I guess, when times get tight in the tourneys?
It's funny the pressure that coming over to play the USPGA Tour has on some of the greatest European players of all time. Colin Montgomery never won on the PGA Tour. He won 8 money titles in a row in Europe. And Tommy Fleetwood, who has won 7 times on the DP World Tour. I mean, big events. He beat Rory on the last hole in Dubai, a huge putt on the last hole. Played in, I think, 3 Ryder Cups, about to be his 4th. The great swing, but something down the stretch has held him back, whether it's the tentativeness of some of these putts coming up short or just hitting a bad shot. Maybe when he lost to Keegan Bradley on that final hole, it took he and his caddy, Ian Finnis, another great guy, too long to hit this shot. And now you're wondering what's going to happen here as he gets up on this 15th hole. And it was tense. He's on that 220-yard par 3, talking with his caddy. Bones Mackay, our lead guy on the ground, is saying, I haven't seen a guy take this long. He's in between clubs. He hit it in the water the day before. And he hits what was a pretty good shot over the green and makes a 4, which I think he would have taken from the tee. But you didn't know it was going to happen. Cantley was fine in his game. Our golf ratings had been up, you guys, both CBS and NBC. And for Fleetwood to come down the stretch and make the birdies he did, he birdied 11, he birdied 13, piped a drive there on 16, 17, and it was kind of all over.
Well, you talk about Cantley finding his game, Brad, and he sure takes his time looking for it. And, if Tommy's win was the biggest story, I think the second biggest story of the day was all the talk about Cantley's very, very slow play. I think the NBC guys were timing it at one point. I think he took 38 seconds at one point to hit a tee shot after addressing the ball. I mean, this is an eternal debate in golf, but it did seem excessive in Cantley's case. And where are you on what the tour needs to do about it?
Well, a couple things here. Remember, I don't know if you remember in 2003 when the first U.S. Open came to Bethpage and Sergio Garcia was in the hunt with Tiger, and he had the re-gripping over the ball issue where the fans started counting how many times he re-gripped, and it was awful to watch, and he was driving it beautifully. And then on the first hole, now you'll appreciate this doing what you guys do. In television, when we have the call of a player on the first tee and our guy hits, I'm the analyst. I'm not supposed to talk after he hits that drive because we don't want to lose the sound of the guy on the first tee that's announcing the player. Well, I couldn't believe how long he took to hit this shot. And I said something after his shot. My producer got in my ear, "You can't do that. You've been doing this too long. You got it." So I got yelled at. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. And it was pretty funny. But they got warned about being out of position as they were making the turn. And they were out of position before that. And one of our rules officials, Mark Dusbavic, who works for the PGA Tour, but he also does a very, very good job on NBC helping us with any of the rules situations, he made a comment that I thought was interesting. He said, listen, given the enormity of this event, and the enormity of the event was This is not only the Tour Champion, it's the FedEx Championship. We didn't have the staggered start that we had in the past. So the winner of, the top 30 players that got there through the season-long point system, if you won the tournament, even if you were 30th, if you were Akshay Bhatia, and you somehow managed to win that tournament, you're going to beat Scotty Scheffler as the FedEx Cup Player of the Year. But I'll tell you what, there was a lot more drama to it with all the players starting tied for the lead on Thursday morning. And, Mark Dusbabic went on to say, given the enormity of this tournament, we're telling them to warm up. We're not putting them on the clock right away. So they were a full 2 holes behind at one point. If that's a normal tournament, they're on the clock immediately, and he would have been definitely at least fined or given a stroke.
Right. And I like the fact that it felt like a real tournament, right? Like it felt that way. East Lake's such a great place. It was great TV. NBC Golf Channel, you guys crushed it like you always do. But now that there's no more playing, and we're going to hear about the Ryder Cup in the next 48 hours, let's get right to it here, Fax. Keegan Bradley, should he be playing for the American team?
So this has been something that we've talked about on and off for a while. And we were so obsessed with it that the PGA Tour actually called NBC on Saturday and said, listen, you're talking way too much about the Ryder Cup. We got to talk about the Tour Championship and the FedEx. And we're like, oh, my gosh, this is one of the reasons why people are watching. Mm-hmm. So Scotty Scheffler, J.J. Spaun, Xander Schauffele, Russell Henley, Harris English, and Bryson DeChambeau. They qualified after the BMW. Those guys are 6 automatic picks. Now, Keegan Bradley has said all along, I'm not going to pick myself if I don't automatically qualify. Well, after he won the Travelers over Tommy Fleetwood, it was like, boy, you better play. You better play. He's got 5 vice captains. Jim Furyk, who captained the President's Cup of Montreal last year, one of them. Webb Simpson, one of them. Gary Woodland, one of them. Kevin Kisner. He's got plenty of guys to help him out. Now, 7th and 8th are almost locks. Justin Thomas and Colin Morikawa. I mean, 2 big names that have plenty of Ryder Cup experience. I don't see how they don't get picked. And then it gets a little bit funny. How do you pick the next few guys? Because we have a young player named Ben Griffin who's played outstanding this year. He's won twice. He's 9th on the points list. He played well again in the playoffs. Maverick McNeely, who kind of has come out of nowhere and is a very long hitter and an excellent putter, something that you will need at Bethpage. And he's a guy that can play both formats. And I think if you're going to pick a rookie, both of these guys would be Ryder Cup rookies. It's better to do it at home. We know that. Keegan Bradley sits there at 11th on the points list. If Keegan Bradley plays, he limits himself in a little bit in what he can do on the golf course because he has to have some captaincy role, and he's going to be preoccupied thinking about all the other matches. But think about this. Think about how well he played during these playoffs in order to move up the list and stay in this top 12. If you went and polled those top 8 players I asked you about, every single one of them is going to say, Keegan, you should play. Mm-hmm. There's probably some ego in here, too. If I'm the playing captain and I win, nobody's done that since Arnold Palmer in 1963. Ironically, in 1963, it was at East Lake where we just were for the Tour Championship. And then you have other players. Brian Harman, British Open champion from a couple of years ago at Royal Liverpool, shot 63 the final round. Does his game fit Bethpage, a long course with a lot of shots? You've got to have, a high trajectory. Harman's a low ball hitter. You have a young player named Andrew Novak who's played well, but not well at the end. He will not get picked. And then all of a sudden you get these trio of guys, Cameron Young, Patrick Cantley, and Sam Burns. All of them peaking. It's what you want as a captain. Players that are playing well at the end. Players that played well at the end when it mattered the most. Cameron Young won his first time. Excellent putter. New York guy. He'd be the perfect guy for the situation. Patrick Cantley, who hasn't had a great year until recently, starting to find his game. You have to pick Patrick Cantley, particularly what he did last year in Italy with against Rory McIlroy and having his caddy, New Yorker Joe LaCava. And then Sam Burns, a guy that's played with Scheffler in a lot of different formats. I think there's some really interesting choices here for Keegan. But if I were one of the vice captains, I would convince Keegan that you need to play. And I'm talking a lot here. I would have, if I was Keegan, probably ask the PGA of America and say, look, this is too big of a responsibility now. It's not like it was in 1963 with Arnold Palmer. Mm-hmm. I want to be a player. If you had asked me a year ago when you called me to be the captain, I would have rather played than captain under the condition that you let me captain again in the future. It's going to be hard for him to play again. The next Ryder Cup will be 40 years old. I think you get on the course and then you're done. Play, let somebody else take the responsibility. It might be too late for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's become such a cool, unique story. I want to see him play. I want to see Keegan Bradley play now. I think I can speak for everyone around the world that's a golf fan that's looking forward to this. But it's become somewhat of a circus because of the responsibility, and you got all these different people chiming in. I saw that, I think Donald Trump was tweeting about it last night, saying he's got to play. So you got the president now chiming in on what's going to happen at the Ryder Cup, which brings a completely different element to it. But what's amazing to me, Fax, is I look at it like at Whistling Straits 4 years ago, they absolutely mopped the floor with the Europeans. And at that point, you thought the Americans are never going to be stopped. Scheffler was just getting on the scene. DJ was still a stud. You had Koepka was still a stud. DeChambeau was coming alive. Thomas and Spieth were still in their element. And now I look at it on paper, I think the European team's better, personally. Like McIlroy, McIntyre, Fleetwood, Rose has been great. You got Hatton, Lowry. I'd put Oberg on there. I'd put Hovland on there. I don't know. I think it's going to be close. Like, how do you see Europe matching up with the Americans?
Well, I think they're going to be incredible. John Rahm will make that team. He's not, because he's playing live, he's nowhere near on the points. But they're going to pick John Rahm. And like you said, McIlroy, obviously the second best player in the world. McIntyre, who's played incredibly good lately. Fleetwood, Rose, who just won. This guy, Rasmus Højgaard, his brother Nikolai, played in Italy. But Rasmus has played well in the U.S. He's played well in Europe. He had a great week last week, and he hits it miles as far as Rory Miles, putts really well. Tyrrell Hatton, who he's not going to be afraid of anybody. Shane Lowry, Sepp Straka, Oberg, Hovland, like you mentioned, Matt Fitzpatrick, and then you add Rahm. I mean, this is a veteran team with tons of experience. Luke Donald knows how to captain this team, and if there's anybody that wants Keegan Bradley to play, it's this European team because they'll know how difficult that is.
Right. Wow, what a scene it's going to be, man. What a scene. We got to wait a month. I wish we could be quicker than this. Don't you, Dave?
Yeah. Well, one more thing about that, waiting a month.
Yep.
After this week, after the playoffs, we have the 12 players that we'll know by Wednesday morning when Keegan selects them. The U.S. players are only going to play one more tournament. They're going to try and get all the team to go play the event in Napa so they can bond a little bit or talk more about what's going to happen. I think the Europeans, that they're going to play the Irish Open next week, and then they're going to play the BMW at Wentworth, and that's a big event. That's a huge event. So these guys aren't going to be rusty. They're going to have a week off between the BMW and Bethpage. They're going to come and do a team trip to Bethpage just to get on the soil over there before the crowd show up. I don't think this is going to be a runaway by any means. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting Ryder Cups of all time.
Cannot wait for it. Always great catching up with you, Fax. We'll hopefully do it before we get to New York, if not shortly afterwards. Enjoy it, and thank you for doing this as always.
Look forward to it. Love talking to you guys.
You got it. There's Brad Faxon of NBC and the Golf Channel. Yeah, man, he's right about Rahm. I was looking at the rankings, and Rahm isn't on there, but he's clearly going to play.
Oh, yeah.
So you got McIlroy, Rahm. You got McIntyre's been unreal recently. Fleetwood's been great. He just won. Rose has been great, and he's a veteran that loves the Ryder Cup.
Yes.
And then Hatton, Hovland, Lowry, Sepp Straka's been really good this year. They are loaded, the European team.
It's
loaded.
Scary, man, and they're playing it right. Rory's been dropping all these little troll jobs, talking about, I would never be a playing captain. That's crazy to try and think about doing those two jobs. And that set Keegan. Keegan's got the biggest decision of his life in front of him, and it's like he can't win, right? Like if he doesn't captain the team and he plays, he's got to play great, right?
Yep.
And if he captains the team and plays and he doesn't play great, people will say, well, you shouldn't have done that. Rory told you couldn't do it. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's great theater, man. It really is. But they, JJ Spawn's there. Harris English is already there. They might put Ben Griffin on, Cam Young. These are young guys who've been playing well.
Yeah.
But those aren't veterans of the Ryder
you,
Cup, man.
They don't scare you.
That's the thing. Like, it looks like Scheffler and DeChambeau. It's kind of like Tiger and Phil back in the day. And then who else is going to contribute? Who else is going to be a big dog coming home? It could be Keegan that has to do that. Something to chew on brought to you by Boston Pizza, Canada's favorite sports bar. Enjoy $15 lunch at BP where you get an entree, a side, and a drink, and you'll get it all in 20 minutes or less. A fast lunch doesn't have to be fast food. See you for a $15 fast lunch at your local Boston Pizza. Been asking who was the biggest winner of the weekend. Brooke Anderson, Tommy Fleetwood, Cal Raleigh, Shane Bieber. Surprisingly online, Tommy Fleetwood is running away with this, both on Twitter and on Instagram. I thought Brooke Henderson would run away just simply based on patriotism alone.
Well, she'd done it before, though, and this was a first for Tommy, right?
Yep, that's true. I was leaning Shane Bieber because, like, he's returned from Tommy John, and he had such a remarkable start, for a winning team. And, like, the Jays are at the forefront of everything in this city right now. It's all Blue Jays all the time. And, I would lean towards that. But, like, the Fleetwood stuff, we didn't get into it with facts, but 30 players, no cut, it's a win.
Yeah.
It's a win, but it's not the same as, like, winning at, the Canadian Open or winning, any tournament where there's a cut and, it's a larger field. But
it's a quality field, though, right? You got the 30 best players of the year, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing makes no sense. Like, you can't tell me Scotty Scheffler is not the FedEx Cup champion. I mean, I know he didn't win the Tour Championship.
Yes, I know.
But it's so stupid that
But I'd rather this than the doctored start.
Yeah.
That just killed the week. It was just
You're right.
It was a 5-man tournament, when they used to do that. 10 under, 9 under, 8 under set. The guy who started at even par, it's like, I have no chance at winning. I can't make up a 10-stroke discrepancy on Scotty Scheffler. You're not doing that. So I thought it just made it more appealing, and I think what made it pop was that Fleetwood won, right? Like, if it was some middle of the pack, kind of name that you're familiar with, but not really that won, it wouldn't pop the way it did because it was Fleetwood's story. I thought that added to it. And the fact that Scheffler was in the hunt, he started the day 4 shots back, exactly where he was the week before. It made it very compelling yesterday. But, we'll see. Now you turn the page, and we got to wait until the Ryder Cup, and Jays will be in the hunt at that point. Leafs camp will be open. The NFL season will be off and running. It's going to be pretty wild in a month. All right, Joe Thomas coming up. Again, the NFL season next Thursday, Dallas at Philly. Cowboys-Eagles opening night. Will Micah Parsons be on the field playing? We'll get Joe's answer on that and more. We'll get to that next.
Now, back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
All right, best bet still to come a little bit later in the hour. Jays Twins tonight. We are real close to the NFL season. The preseason is officially behind us. We've got signings, right? Trey Hendrickson just got a new deal down in Cincinnati. Terry McLaurin got his money down in Washington. Only Micah Parsons is waiting. He's still doing the dance with Jerry Jones. And who starts the NFL season? The Dallas Cowboys in Philly next Thursday night. Will Parsons be playing? To get into that, among other storylines, as we get closer to opening night in the NFL, here is former NFLer and NFL Network analyst. Here's Joe Thomas. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for doing this. What is your prediction here? Do you think we see Micah Parsons play in Philly opening night?
I do not think we're going to see Micah Parsons. I think a little more blood needs to be let because seems like it's getting a little bit ugly, and I don't see that either side has really felt that pain yet where they really feel like they're going to come back to the table, they're going to make a compromise and find a deal. I know that, Jerry is notorious for making last-second deals, and I just don't know that it's going to happen in this case. I think there's going to be some games that need to be missed before they kind of come to their senses and come up with a deal.
Well, if that's the case, how do you marry the two conversations together, like the importance of Parsons and how good the Cowboys are? In other words, if they don't have him on the field for the first couple of weeks, do they have a chance to win this year? Do you think they're a playoff team even with paying him? And let's say he does play Thursday night. What is that? How much does he change in terms of your prediction of what the Cowboys can and will be this year?
Well, obviously, he's an enormously impactful player, and when you got a pass rusher, it's probably the second most important position on the field. But really, quarterback is just by far the most important position, and really that's the guy that is going to be the linchpin. So for them, if Dak has a good year, it's going to be pretty likely that they make the playoffs. If not, it's going to be pretty tough. And I don't think whether Parsons is there or not really moves the dial enough for Jerry Jones to say, yep, this is a Super Bowl team this year. We're going to win it all, and so we need Micah in there. I think that based on what he did with the coach this offseason, I think he's kind of thinking that, hey, I hope we have a good year, but I don't think this is my Super Bowl winning team. And so I think for Micah Parsons, he kind of picked a tough year to hold out because I'm not sure that there's a lot of people, even within Dallas, that believe this is a team that has to have Micah Parsons in week one to give him a chance to go win the Super Bowl. And so I think they're willing to be patient here.
There's no doubt that Micah's a strong player, a really good player in the league, one of the better ones on the defensive side. But is this a risky game he's playing that he's played with Dax and CeeDee Lamb before about maybe hurting the feelings of Micah Parsons and what it could mean for the relationship down the road, even if they do sign the contract?
Well, one thing my agent told me when I was playing and I was going through my own contract negotiations, it never got ugly. I re-signed before the last year of my deal, but my agent said, you know what, the team, they're going to say all sorts of great stuff about you, but in the end, how you show somebody love in the NFL is you pay them money, because that's the one thing that you have a limited quantity of because of the salary cap. So you pay your players based on how much you love them and how much they give to your team and the value that they bring. And so if they are able to come to a deal and Micah Parsons is going to sign a new contract, he's going to walk in with a huge smile and give Jerry Jones a big hug because he's about to be even more richer with the amount of money that he's going to make as a pass rusher, as one of the great pass rushers in this game. And I don't think there's going to be any feelings hurt if they do come to a deal. Now, if this drags on for a really, really long time and he ends up going somewhere else, well, then there's probably going to be hard feelings. But in that case, I don't think he's going to love Jerry Jones anyway because he's going to be playing for somebody else, and somebody else is going to be signing the checks.
Hey, Joe, we were talking before you came on about the circuses in the NFL. And, of course, Jerry's the ringmaster of the biggest one. But another one that gets brought up a lot is the one that happens in Cleveland when it comes to quarterbacks. And no exception this year with all the drama around Shedeur Sanders as a fifth-round pick. I mean, what have you made of the fuss about Sanders, the idea that the Browns are setting him up to fail? He got roughed up the other night in the preseason, got sacked 5 times, and did not look good. How have you processed all of that noise, and what do you think it means for the Browns?
Well, it has been a circus. I think I get an opportunity to talk to a lot of Browns fans throughout the country, and specifically in and around Cleveland during training camp, because I call their preseason games, and I'm helping coach a little bit this season. And by and large, the noise you're hearing, the conspiracies about Browns setting him up to fail, it's by people who are not Browns fans, right? They're Shedeur Sanders stans. They're people that love him, that have been his fan for a long time. Some of them have good relationships with Deion, so they love Deion. And really, whether they know it or not, they're trying to build this double-sided argument for Shedeur, whether he succeeds or he doesn't succeed. In the NFL as a quarterback, they want to be able to point the blame to somebody else, so that if he doesn't make it for whatever reason, it's because of conspiracy. And the Browns, they want him to fail for some reason, which I don't quite understand. They were the only team in the NFL that stuck their neck out and drafted him, so they like the other teams at this point. And so I don't know why I can't even come up with any type of a realistic argument to say that, yeah, the Browns, they want this guy that they drafted, that they're paying, that they're taking this heat for developing him, are going to now want him to fail. That makes no sense whatsoever. And anybody that's saying it is just being disingenuous. So it has been a circus. There have been people that are trying to say it's a conspiracy. Kevin Stefanski doesn't want him to do well. The Browns are trying to set him up to fail, but it just makes no sense on any level whatsoever. They're actually taking the bullets because they want him to succeed, and they're willing to take those bullets because they understand that the development of Shedeur Sanders and most rookie quarterbacks, especially guys that aren't ready to start day one, it is the best thing for them to be patient, to sit and watch, to do like Aaron Rodgers did, to do like Patrick Mahomes did, and develop and not be thrust into action before you fully understand the playbook that you're dealing with, before you have plenty of reps in practice, plenty of reps against NFL players. When you're running the scout team for your offense during the season. And when you've had those opportunities to grow and mature, then you can go out there and you can show your stuff. You can show that you're a great playmaker and you're a great decision maker like Shedeur Sanders is, and you're super accurate. But if you throw a guy out there before he's ready and he doesn't do well, like that does a lot of damage to their confidence. I had a lot of rookie and young quarterbacks that were forced to play before they're ready. And by and large, it was bad for them. And a lot of them were never able to recover. And so I think the Browns are actually taking the heat because they do want him to succeed so bad. If they really didn't care about him, they'd throw him to the wolves right away. He'd play worse than we saw this past weekend against the Rams. And then they could say, there you go. See, he's a fifth-round pick. He's not as good as you guys thought. But they actually care for the kid. They want him to succeed. They want him to potentially be the franchise quarterback, and they realize that's best done with patience, with allowing him to learn and grow and not putting him out there before he's ready.
With Joe Thomas, and the offensive line was taking heat again from those Sanders superfans or conspiracy theorists. And I'm curious, as a Hall of Fame left tackle, how difficult was it to play with a young quarterback who was taking so long to process the field? How much can you really do to protect a quarterback if, he's running from the pocket or he's taking too long to unleash the ball?
I was from up in the booth, and his biggest thing was he just kept dropping deeper and deeper in the pocket. And as a tackle, that's like an impossible situation because you're blocking for a spot that's about 9 yards behind the center. That's what it should be, and then he should step up and climb in the pocket as he goes through his progression. Shedeur was getting too deep in his drop. And then from there, when he felt that the edges were closing around him, which that's what happens when you're in the pocket, right? We're blocking for a spot. We can't keep them from going everywhere on the field. They're already better athletes than we are. Like, we can only block them from going to one spot. And so as he starts backing up, now it just makes it worse and worse. And the problem was the bad habit that he had in college, part of the reason why he took a bunch of sacks, now he didn't have a very good offensive line, but part of the reason he took a bunch of sacks is because he tried to escape from the pocket off the back end. He tried to continue to drift to get away. And sometimes in college you can, pull a rabbit out of your hat and you can escape. But in the NFL, it's much harder once you start scrambling. And so I think what happened is those bad habits showed their ugly head and they kept getting worse. And then it was like this bad domino effect as he was losing confidence in his protection and what he was doing. He just kept scooting deeper and deeper and then ended up taking 5 sacks in the game. So I think you saw that there are some bad habits he needs to break, and the only way you can break those is with time and patience and practice and film study. And so that's what they're trying to give him. But as an offensive lineman, it's really, really difficult because if I try to block for a spot 11 yards, now that I'm assuming he's going to do the wrong thing, which is already a bad thing, I need to worry about what I have to do, what I'm the coach to do. That's how everybody's supposed to act. But if, let's just say I was realizing that Shedeur is getting too deep, now I'm going to block for that spot. Well, now if he steps up, I've overset and I've set deeper than I should, and then now I've given my pass rusher the inside move, and now he's going to smoke him at 7.5 yards where he's supposed to be. And then now you got the biggest problem in the world because he's lost all confidence in everything that's going on because he's saying in his head, okay, I want to step up. I'm supposed to step up. The coach comes and tells him on the sideline, hey, you need to step up. Don't keep drifting. Now he steps up, and I'm blocking for a different spot. Now he gets whacked, and now it's like, well, sorry, it's my fault, but I was trying to adjust for you, but now I'm in trouble because I'm not blocking for the spot and blocking the play the way it was supposed to, and now he doesn't trust me. I don't trust him, and it becomes the even bigger disaster.
Were you ever on a team, Joe, like we saw the Detroit Lions losing 2 coordinators like they did, and how that can affect kind of the continuity for a group that has, I'm sure, high expectations for themselves this year?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to replace those guys. Obviously, Ben Johnson was one of the great young offensive minds in the game. He was really fun and creative because he was doing a lot of the outside zone play action stuff that Kyle Shanahan has really popularized within today's NFL, but he took it an extra step because he would put in multiple tight ends, and he was using a lot of pin and pull concepts where the guards are pulling, the centers are pulling, and then running play action off of that, which is something you don't see a lot of people doing. So he was super creative, and he was really pushing the evolution of the play action passing game in the NFL. And so even though you try to replace him with somebody that's maybe really similar, that sees the game the same way, there's always a little bit lost when you're trying to promote somebody or hire somebody to do what the guy before you did, because that was his specialty. And so I think it'll take a little while for both the offense and the defense to sort of get their footing, and for these new coordinators to be able to just figure out what am I great at? What is my identity? What do I feel comfortable calling and coaching? Because as a coordinator, it's not just drawing up the X's and O's. Then it's the ability to communicate and dictate to the position coaches about exactly how you want it all blocked, so that they see the game the same way you do, so that they can then coach to the players underneath them. So it's a process that takes multiple years. And I think there's going to be some growing pains there for the Detroit Lions.
Well, we're through the preseason, and we got a lot of guys signing. I guess we got one guy still waiting for some money, but fantasy drafts are going off. It's go time, man. It's a beautiful time of year. College football right around the corner. Enjoy it all, Joe. We'll do it again down the road. Really appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There's Joe Thomas, Hall of Famer, Cleveland Brown, NFL Network analyst. And, yeah, the Shedeur Sanders story, I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it that they keep all 4 guys. I don't think he's going to get claimed, though, right? Like, I think it would be a scenario where they probably put him on the practice squad. Who's going to want that circus on their hands?
Yeah.
You know, like if they cut him and he's available, or they try to squeeze him onto the practice squad, who's picking him up, bringing him into camp, and when your season started? I don't see it happening.
Every team had a chance to draft him, and only one team did, right? And there's a reason for that, for sure.
Yep, exactly.
And the circus you point out is the biggest reason. It's just like, he may be a guy that can develop, but is it worth that journey, right? All the baggage that goes with trying to develop this guy, given how high profile he is. I just think there's so many teams that would just say, nah, it's not worth it.
Right. And he's clearly not ready to play. And he's probably a couple years away from being ready to play. So it's a scenario where you gotta kind of park him within your organization for a year or two before you might get anything out of him. And yet the noise is not going to go anywhere, because he's still going to be there, and he's Shedeur Sanders. Jays Twins tonight. We'll come back with our best bets, tee that game up. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on the TSN app.
Back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
All right, today's best bets are powered by FanDuel. Make your picks and assemble a same-game parlay in seconds on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Jay's a pretty big favorite tonight, so you're going to try to get this, find a parlay to get this into the plus. Jay's money line, Vladdy to record a hit tonight, playing about plus 110. A little bit of plus money on that, but Vladdy back the agent tonight. I think he's ready to go, chomping at the bit. I think he gets on base a couple of times tonight. I think he records at least a hit. I think Scherzer pitches well. His strikeout total 6.5.
Wow.
Like, that is high, man.
Yeah.
But he's been so good. I'm not surprised. You got to adjust the numbers. The goalposts are moving for him. He's been so good. But Jay's money line with Scherzer on the mound tonight. Vladdy to record a hit, paying plus money. Today's best bets powered by FanDuel. The first inning means as much as the ninth when you bet baseball in the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Please play responsibly. 19 plus, physically located in Ontario. All right. Jays and Oasis tonight. There you go. Jays and Oasis. That's what we're expecting.
Wild, man. Hey, I was saying, a buddy of mine was talking about Brooke Henderson winning, and she did a great favor to all gearheads because, you know what she pulled? She pulled I'm changing out the putter before this tournament. I've had it with my old putter, and she replaces putters like divots. And, of course, she goes out with the new putter, the TaylorMade Spider X, and wins.
Love it. Love that. Yeah, I was looking at, what's in the bag for both of them. Tommy Fleetwood's been playing that burner, the TaylorMade, mini driver all year, and he was whipping that thing around East Lake over the past week. And he plays the Pix golf balls. One of the only guys on tour.
I never see that. You never see that.
You never see a tour player play those, and he has been consistently playing for a long time. And
so, what are they?
They're the ones with they're called the TP5 Pix balls. So they've got all the markings on them. Like I don't really know how to describe it. Yeah,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of mark, and it's on purpose so that you can actually align your golf ball. And he said it helps him with putting, and obviously it's working for him. But Brooke Henderson out there doing her thing. Congrats to her. That was incredible. Tommy Fleetwood. Jays are red hot. It's a good scene, man. And yeah, Mississauga. I was out there on Saturday. Beautiful place. Like really, really nice track. Never been there before, but really, really nice.
Oh, down by the river down there.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous.
Beautiful. Old course too. Like 1903 or something, 1909. I think it opened up. It's been around for a long time. But they did a great job. So credit to the Women's Open, Golf Canada, everyone that helped out there. Credit to Brooke Henderson. And we'll see what the Jays have in store tonight. All right, boys. Good stuff. Thank you for doing this as always. Great seeing you guys. There's Jason Strudwick, Dave Festruck of the Toronto Star. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes for helping out. We appreciate it. Everyone for tuning in today. TV, radio, podcast, web, and, of course, up on YouTube Live on TSN's YouTube channel. We're out of here. Enjoy your evenings. Enjoy the games tonight. We're back tomorrow at 4 p.m. We'll chat then.
how surreal this feels.
You gotta love this.
Calling all Madridistas, Los Colchoneros, Coolers, all La Liga Super Fanáticos. TSN Plus has got the promotion for you. Every game, all season long.
He scored his first goal in the Clasico.
And watch multiple matches simultaneously, so you never miss un momento.
There is no answer to football like that.
Subscribe now and get a 6-month pass for only $32.99.
Magnificent!
La Liga on TSN Plus. Subscribe now.
Welcome to the show.
Buckle up. It's about to get loud here.
The one with unimaginable power.
Wow.
Amazing stuff.
How good is this guy?
And endless entertainment.
Unbelievable.
Where young trailblazers bring big speed, big swag, and big personalities.
That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome to MLB's best.
You can't help but be awed by it all.
Sunday Night Baseball. All season long on TSN.
Oh, we heard tale of a party.
It's not as if we can drop everything and fly to Peru.
Coming in hot!
A little Prosecco and pals.
You got this, okay? Bennett, that girl.
Let's do this.
Welcome to Primetime at the U.S. Open, presented by IBM.
We welcome you to the final major of the year and day 2 from the 145th U.S. Open in New York. Primetime at the U.S. Open, and the first night session yesterday began with late-night fireworks. Last year, more than 1 million fans filtered through the gates over the entirety of these 3 weeks, and massive crowds again usher in the tournament that never sleeps. We're running stride for stride here on ESPN2 and also on ESPN, where 45-year-old Venus Williams is back to playing. And a more aerodynamic Carlos Alcaraz begins his U.S. Open run. And here on Louis Armstrong Stadium, Casper Ruud, so nice to have him back healthy. And 18-year-old Mira Andreeva against the American Alicia Parks. With that, we say hello and thanks for joining us here on Armstrong. Alongside Sam Querrey, I'm Mike Monaco. Night sessions at the U.S. Open are spectacles unto themselves, and we have at least 4 great matches tonight that we're going to be keeping tabs on.
Yeah, what's better than 2 night sessions, right? For so many years when I was playing, you had 1 night session on Ash. Now we've got a second one on Armstrong, so it's a pretty fun treat for the fans.
Sure is. And we've got Americans in action still to come tonight. And also earlier today here on day 2, starting with Frances Tiafoe, 2 times a semifinalist here at the U.S. Open.
And he looked good today. Look, first rounds are always a little tricky. Nishioka, lefty from Japan, makes you play a lot of balls. But how about that forehand right there from Frances Tiafoe? He came out today and looked pretty solid. You know what? You never know what to expect. There's always a few nerves when you're one of the top-ranked Americans coming on Ash Court, but I was very impressed with France's play today. And how about shots like